Welcome. This time I'm gonna take over the stream. I'm gonna be the host. Who do we have here? Froglet. Hello, Froglet. How's life?
Thank you for having me on as a guest. Okay.
Yep.
On my own stream.
Froglet, what's happened? Why are you feeling so bad? I actually never talked with Froglet ever before, so I don't really expect.
Let's bring Froglet on. Okay.
Yeah, if he wants, he can come on. Like,
invite guest. Copy. Right. Froglet. Well, Normie Max. The B pill. The B pill is banned on this stream, unfortunately.
I mean, we can talk about the BP if you guys want, but for me, it's like I tend to think like because sometimes talking about the BP is too much. I think.
Yes.
And for me personally, I mean, like I don't mind talking about it, but it's up to you guys.
What the fuck? Nuclear Redfield. Do you want Nuclear Redfield on? Yes or no? He's a legend.
Get him on, my friend.
This is a legendary. This is a legend. We've caught a legend. This is like catching Todd, by the way. Right?
I just got fucked in the ass by a tranny.
Right.
Stupid fucking niggers. Fucking niggers.
Oh, he wants us banned. Okay. That's interesting, my Redfield. I'm gonna get banned. Okay. That's great. Where's Sean? Jack
he's I think training or gym maxing or something like this. He will be back. He will be on, but later.
Thank you for your input, Nuclear Redfield.
Nice input, yes.
But you got nuked. Froglet, right. Froglet, let's hear some sense from this guy. But you got nuked.
No, oh, but so early in the stream. Garbage. How was everyone?
That was a good impression.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. It's kind of early in my daytime, so if you see me randomly leave, you should know. Got into a slight argument earlier about being mistreated. It's just retarded bullshit. Nothing I should burden you with. But yeah, that's why I'd leave.
I mean, you can tell us if you want. I mean, that's you.
It's more so over like a petty.
It's always petty.
Petty interaction that happened a long time ago, but now it was brought up back to me, like how I should apologize for how I was treated, and I'm not really willing to apologize whatsoever. Just complete bullshit. Don't really care. It doesn't really matter.
All right. How did you even get? I don't know. I think you're way longer than I am in this kind of coffee house sphere. How did you find this place?
How I got blackpilled originally, or how I found like DBF, Todd.
Yes.
I was like, as soon as I got into the black pill, I started looking at these YouTube lives, and I think I found. I found Dumb first, Dumb and Todd first, and then DBF because I was scrolling on YouTube short lives, and I saw this random old fucker talking about the black pill, and I was like, holy shit! Like, what the fuck? This is so rare. You never see an old guy talking about the black pill. Like, I thought he was some sort of like old doomer, and then I started asking him questions, and then add him on Discord, and just the rest went from there.
And how did you find the black pill? Like, how did you get
I was weirdly enough kind of black pilled by someone indirectly. Basically, realizing what amount of effort I had to put into these interactions and conversations for someone who was, I could try to put this politely, a brap hog, pretty much upset me. So I started looking at like why asymmetrical features are considered negative, and from that point, it led me to like PSL moggers and the black pill, and then just a lot of basic autism from then. I spent some time on the forums, kind of addled my brain a bit.
which forums?
Looksmax.org and some other. Yeah, I know it's rough over there. It's really bad. It's complete dog shit. The stories over there could be like pretty funny sometimes, though. But it's mainly slop.
But wait, how old are you?
21
pretty
now.
young, right?
I'm 21 now, but I was originally introduced to the black pill when I was 17.
Shit.
Dude, I was a red pillar at 15. It was so autistic. I
Now,
Wow.
I got exposed to the BP when I was like 19 or something like this, right? And I can remember, like, when you're that young, it really fucks you up a lot.
Oh yeah, no, dude. I had some sort of like mental turmoil for it, for like a while. Like I was legitimately distraught. I thought when I went out into public, people were like constantly looking at me, like treating me like shit or something. Even though they weren't really even interacting with me, it kind of fried my brain to a certain extent that I couldn't really place. Like even being out in public, like I broke into like a sweat, and I just felt bothered constantly. Like it does to some extent mess you up naturally.
The knowledge of the bill, yeah.
What are your stats like? Because what I noticed in this space, especially, there are a lot of mental cells, right? They're not really even ugly, but they think they're really like true cells of heart or something like this, right?
Yeah, I think that's where I actually get set apart from most people in this community. I think a lot of people are genuinely LARPers. Like they're LARPing as cells when they're really not. But I call myself Frog Soul because, I mean, in the South, a lot of people are bloated and short, and I'm bloated and short. So it's like, might as well call myself Frog. Yeah, I was born with a genetic defect, basically. It's similar to Ramsey Hunt syndrome. If you know anything about that, the left side of my face just looks kind of wonky. It's not so bad to the point where I'm like deformed, but it's bad enough to the point where people notice it and mention it, and I get treated harshly because of it. Not only that, it's just all the other factors that kind of surround me in general.
So it's like a facial nerve.
Yes, actually, yes.
It's like a Bell's palsy style.
Yeah, it is Bell's palsy. I'll just mention it here. I mean, there's no reason.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
you're truly one of the rare, genuine cases I kind of like witnessed in this space, because I know. I mean, OC looks like an average normal guy for me. He's just fat, right?
Right.
All the other people,
Yeah.
like, I mean, with DBF, I talked with DBF before, right? I mean, his story is brutal because he actually tried everything. He actually
Traveled the world.
Yes, and I have a huge empathy with this guy, right? I don't know. Most guys are just overweight and look normal, right? In my opinion. I mean, you have someone like DBF who tried apparently everything, right? He's like there normally, right? But I think most people in this space would have a chance if they would just lose weight, right? Because this is also what I noticed, right? A lot of people here are overweight, right?
Yeah, that's a pretty common thing. Fat cells are relatively common.
Yeah, and I'm not saying like, okay, just go to gym bro and everything's fixed, right? But but there is some truth to what I think observed is, because I don't know, it's really rare to find someone who's kind of like skinny, right? Especially in this kind of space here, right?
Yeah, Give me a second. Sorry.
No worries. No worries.
Yeah, but can I interject? Is it more a case of they were fat because is it the chicken or the egg? Are they fat because they've been rejected, or are they rejected because they were fat?
I think they're fat because they're rejected more so. Like
That's
honestly,
fine.
if you look at these like neckbeard types, there was a video of this guy named Aesthetics Awaiting made, and I agree with him completely. He said most neckbeards are the way they are because they realize it's pointless to actually optimize any point of the, like any part of their life because they're already getting rejected on a like daily basis. So it's completely utter like nonsense to tell someone who's in like a fucking low genetic position to go to the gym. Like some of them are purely fucked. Like let's be real. Like they're no option. Like even hard maxing, like getting surgery is not going to fix these dudes. And because of the way they've been treated by society in general, they become so like fucking just fucked that they shut down. And I don't think there's an issue with that.
Yeah, but that's the point. They've also most of these people are quite smart, right? So they've realized they can run the kind of cost benefit analysis. Yeah.
Aiden is backstage, apparently.
Yeah, but do you? No, but I was going to ask for your permission because you said that you didn't want too many on simultaneously. Then we're getting to.
No. I didn't say anything. I just said like I don't like when people talk all over the place, but
Yeah, but then if you have 4 at the same time, they will talk all over the place.
Yeah, but I think we are all civilized that we can, right? We don't have.
Aiden is very respectful.
Yeah.
Aiden plays video games. No, but you know, I'm sorry. I was just waiting for You're the head of the stream, so I'm not going to do anything without.
Okay.
I stick to my word. I'm not in it. Right. Okay. So that might seem smurgy, but that's by the numbers. You know what a smurg is, right? Anyway, yeah, that's the problem. They kind of compute the the payoff like you just said, and they've just run the numbers like it's not worth it. And also, was DBF fat when he was traveling the world?
No, he was relatively lean, and
that's
I would
the point.
honestly say
that's the killer. We see DBF as what he is now. What if he was like the Chad form? When he was.
I've seen pictures of him when he was younger, and I honestly have words to say about him when he was younger, specifically because I think when he was younger, he was a Chad light. He had a lot of chances, and he didn't capitalize on those chances. And because he didn't capitalize on his chances, he ended up in the position where he is now. And for that reason, I mean, I wouldn't say he's like true cell or anything. That's cringe, but I would say that he fucked himself over. And it's
where have you got these pictures? I want to see these pictures.
He showed them to us on a stream. He had blonde hair when he was younger, and he had like fucking abo dreads. It looks ridiculous, but
no, but that's the point. He pulled it off because he was a Chad, right?
Yeah, he was Chadish, but he was too shy to approach women. That's the entire thing. Like that's to an extent something that fucked him over. But he has cold approached women in other countries and successfully had no issue when he was younger. But obviously, since the age came around and caught up to him, he's more so fucked now.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's an interesting backstory. That is interesting. I didn't know that. That changes things actually quite a lot. That completely changes the paradigm.
Yeah, if you were in his stream the other day, I think he mentioned that he had chances with women when he was in his 30s, and he was kind of regretting that he didn't take them because obviously he'd be in a completely different situation from where he is now.
Yeah, that does change. Yeah, I don't know what he was like, but obviously that's in the past. But that still doesn't change what's happening now. I suppose that he can't even get any older woman. I suppose. Or we don't know.
He doesn't want older women. He's not attracted to older women whatsoever, and that's something that I also think fucks him over.
Standard cell.
Yes. Like he wants a woman he could be attracted to, and that's a pretty broad fucking range. I've seen the creatures he's attracted to. It's pretty fucked, actually. It's like really gross. So for him to not be able to get a woman still at his age is It's rough. Needless to say, it's fucked.
Yeah, but well, obviously, he was attracted to the D word, the devil, the Donna, the devil. So
Yeah,
obviously his
disgusting.
standards
Gross
aren't through the
woman.
roof.
Ugh.
His standards aren't through the roof. So
Yeah, she has a really manly jaw.
yeah.
She I spoke to her in private a few times. She seemed sweet, but then she has these moments of just flipping the fuck out. Like I remember
Well,
when you, JT, and Penny just started shitting on her, and she was treating everybody like shit because of you three's actions. It was really weird. She shows herself often. I don't like her. I think he should never have liked her in the first place. It was a mistake.
okay, so we're gonna have like a million people in the panel. Nick Shaven could be a troll again.
Can
Let's
you
see
hear
if the
me?
troll.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
How's it going?
yeah. Who is that? What's your story?
Where's Nick? He left.
Nick is a troll.
How did you know that he's a troll?
He's just left.
Oh, okay.
Why are we attracting loads of trolls? Damn.
I'm open-minded. Maybe there is occasionally someone out there who might have like a good story.
Do you think we're like do you think we're like OC? We're attracted. We attract the ridiculous elements through no fault of our own. We've got this stream on, and we attract the most retarded elements of the YouTube. We might get thrown into the algorithm. Maybe.
Sure,
Maybe.
we can blackpill those people along the way.
I think Xenesis might throw us into the algorithm, although only 4 are watching at the same time at the moment.
I mean, I want to say something regarding Froglet. I mean, like, did you? I mean, are you the only one who knows about this DBF kind of stuff? Like that he actually is a,
Some of it, I think I only know some of it, like a small portion, because we do chat in private quite a bit. But he has shown himself when like the photos when he was younger on stream before. Like he has no issue showing it, or maybe he does have some sort of issue showing it. He doesn't bring it up that often, but I'm not the only one who knows. Yeah.
Interesting. We didn't know anything about that. Maybe do you think he seems like he hide? Well, he's not hiding it, but
I wouldn't say hides. Just he just doesn't bring it up because no one else brings it up. Like no one hardly asks him about his like personal years or like what happened, how he ended up here. Like, he constantly thinks about how he ended up here. I mean, I think it's through a multitude of factors. It's not just one thing, but it's complicated.
DBF is like a universe unto himself, right?
Kind of. If the universe likes troons and horrible-looking women, yeah, sure.
No, but maybe he just doesn't want to be reminded about his past because he knows.
Yeah, maybe. I think when he was bringing it up on the stream, he looked quite fond remembering it, though.
Yeah, his former Chad self. He says, "Yeah, I was like that." Yeah, I can see that. Maybe if he loses weight again, he'll become Chad again.
I have a question for Froglet. Like, out of all the people in space, kind of, who do you think are also truly like himself? Like,
like truly fucked, like mentally, physically, or like in terms of what, like regarding what, really?
For me, mental selves are not really in quotes because because there's a correlation between most of the mental selves are like the passive look threshold, right? I mean, a true equal is for me like a person who is emotionally stable, right? Mentally stable, but his physical appearance like doesn't allow him to kind of get some success, right?
Honestly, it's kind of fucked that I can't really mention it with no issue. Like, I wouldn't say myself, obviously it's cringe as shit. Maybe another young cell. that's a really hard question. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I
of too
feel
many
like most of
people-
the people that show themselves, they don't show themselves. They're hiding behind these faceless avatars. All the people you talk to on these weird streams, right? So I don't know. It's hard to know who they are.
From what I get at like checking out different channels, I think Endymion is one of those kind of people who might be truly like, I don't know, because because
maybe
uh,
Kevin Mebanks in that regard. Like if you're talking about someone who's purely like a regular person who has no emotional like instability whatsoever, who just has some sort of like physical defects, I would say Kevin Mebanks, and I would honestly go as far to say he's one of, if not the kindest people we have. I'm not saying he's like an ugly subhuman mutant
Mebanks.
or anything. Yeah, Mebanks. I'm not saying he's a mutant. I'm just
That's
simply
it.
saying he has no options currently, and
I've
a guy like him can't really branch out.
Right. And he's kind. That's not what I've seen. Anyway,
The occasional normie punchdown is expected. Come on.
that's different to what. Yeah.
I just feel like if you know a lot of people, you're more likely to get married, right? Like a lot of these people from high school, they all kept in touch, and there's a lot of them that didn't, that became estranged after college and high school. And it's hard to connect with people when you're socially isolated, and you go to these like little community things and groups, but you still strike out, and you're increasing your chances of meeting someone, but you're still not guaranteed success. So even if you look really good, you're not you could still be somewhat socially isolated and not get a foot in the world with a relationship with a woman.
true,
Yeah,
True.
that's my point.
True.
not true.
Sorry, true.
He's spot on.
I was looking into like statistics. They say men are like 8 times more likely to self-delete after a divorce than women are only 1
Yeah.
times more likely.
8 times. Yeah.
So I think men are happier in a relationship than women are. Women can kind of like play the field. Some men can, but most men, I think, we're happier in a relationship.
Has a psychological effect.
I
Yeah.
have a question. I have a question for Aiden. How did you find the space? Like, because I asked this Robert also before.
Who, me?
Yes.
So I was following Elisha Long, a self-improvement guy, and I was kind of like a promoter for his Discord, and I got paid a little bit. I was doing the self-improvement, doing the lifting, the boxing, and all this stuff. And I was thinking to myself, wait a second, we're doing all this like constantly doing more and more, but we're not actually getting anywhere romantically, which was so ironic. And I think some guys had girlfriends, but a lot of them didn't. And I just got to a point where I was like, okay, I already got like a lot of approval from like thousands of men. They look up to me. I've heard their stories. I've helped them. I want like something a little more romantic with women. And I kind of reached the point where I got tired of it too. And then there was a lot of in-group bullying. And then I kind of just started looking up like PUA stuff. And I already knew that stuff was mostly garbage. But I got this girl in my algorithm named Girlfriend Guide for Guides. And I took over her Discord server and started pumping all this like workout stuff in there. And then I was like, okay, what's the opposite of this? Like, who else is involved in this community? And then apparently there was the guy like there was this depressed space that was kind of like lonely, and I didn't know what an incel was or anything. But there was this guy named James who had a thing for Amanda, and I heard he loved her so much, so I wanted to know more about him. And I went into his Discord. I became a moderator. So I basically found James through Amanda, and then I found out Todd was above James, and that's James looked up to Todd. And then all these people from the self-improvement space didn't really follow me around. They kind of just let me go. So I made closer friends with the people from the Todd sphere and Amanda sphere than from the self-improvement space, to be honest. Because a lot of those guys, they have a stick up their ass. They want to see you successful in like a collective setting, but they don't want anything to do with you in private that much. So yeah, I basically found through Amanda, I found the all these weird guys who are kind of down on their luck, and I could relate to it a little bit, but I mean, I was still pretty go lucky and working out and stuff like without them. But yeah, before I found them, but yeah, it was funny how I didn't even know what that even was. I didn't even know what the word incel was like until like a few years ago. So
I find it so fascinating how everyone out of us is getting in the same place, but with different kind of routes, right? I think
yeah,
Aiden's kind of path was extremely unique. I think most people come through Todd kind of to the space, right?
yeah. I came from like a self improvement space and sort of thing. So yeah.
Did you like what was your reaction when you saw Todd for the first
Oh,
time?
I was so turned off. I was like, why did they look up to this guy? I don't understand. He's so
Yeah.
negative. What the fuck's the point of this? Like, I don't get how people like this. And I guess people could relate to his depression. And it was so weird because like there was a lot of girls that liked him too, and they started coming to my page, and I started falling in love with the girls. But then I realized they're so fucking depressed, just like him, and I started getting these icky vibes like the more I watch them and stuff, and it's just kind of depressing. And I needed to take these thing called breaks. So I would like watch someone for a while, and then I take like a month or two off, and then like Vegan Dolls, for example, had a meltdown. She's like, you can't just come in and out of here like a country club, you know, you got to stay. I'm like, why can't I take a break? You're kind of depressing half the time, you know. So a lot of the people who followed Todd were really depressed too, and I just couldn't relate to the depression part. But I guess I get it. When you're single, you kind of feel lonely. So
Um, I don't know who Vegan Dolls is or Amanda, but
yeah, they're just YouTubers. They're nobody special, really.
I mean, like, I think from your point of view, because you literally came from a self-improvement kind of thing, right? You went from one
Yeah.
extreme to another. It must be also like really kind of like interesting, kind of in my
Yeah,
opinion.
I was in pretty wicked shape for 5 years, and then I got help again. Now I'm getting back in shape again, but I was in shape for like a good long stretch of time, and I just was socially isolated. Like I'd go to work, and then I wouldn't do much like outside of work. I was working like full time, so I don't know. I didn't see many like people, but I got compliments in public. People said, "Oh, I love your boots and all this stuff," like the girls at a concert or whatever. But I just never like really met that many people, met that many women outside of work. So like I went clubbing. Clubbing doesn't really count because you're paying women for negotiable affections. It's like it's not really a big deal, but that's what I would do sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but you did have some success, right? But
Yeah, I got laid. I got laid also like without even paying. I actually met a girl from work and went to her place and got laid. But I mean, she ended up moving. She was in school and she was a college student and she ended up getting a career as a speech pathologist and she moved far away. So I just, I never worked, but yeah, I just never heard from her again. But anyway, yeah, I guess it did. Looks maxing, I guess, did work for a little bit. I mean, I got something. I had really long hair. It was like down to my chest. Like I had like Tarzan hair, and I was like really into like looking really pretty and shit. And the girls loved it.
But you wouldn't describe yourself as an inkwell, right?
Huh?
Would you describe yourself as an inkwell?
I don't think so. No, because I've been laid, and
Yes. Yeah.
I don't describe myself as an incel or an inkwell or whatever. I think some people would, but I don't like to use that to identify myself.
Yeah.
I don't know.
For me, you're not how I perceive inkwell is basically a person who never had sex, right? This is for me.
If you're just basing it on sex, like I've had sex a few years ago, like from a girl I without paying, but then I paid for like some fun time with a escort. But I mean, I don't know. That doesn't really count. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the definition of what inkwell means on Wikipedia or something.
Yeah, what is the definition?
I think it's involuntary celibate. It's basically a person who
You
kind of
can't
like
get
you can't get any access to like sex,
if you
right?
even if you wanted to.
Yes.
Oh, if I wanted to without paying, no, I probably can. I just don't know enough people. I'm kind of like I don't know a lot of women. Like I barely know any women really.
And
So I think
friends-
if I was exposed to like a lot more single women, there's got to be like 1 out of 50 that would want to be with me. You know.
What about what about your friends in real life? What about that network? Can you tap into that? Why not?
Well, Arthur doesn't know any women.
You know Arthur. You know who I mean. You might not be able to say their names, but you know who I mean.
Who can get me a girlfriend type thing.
Yeah, they're married. The people that you know, so they've got
Kevin
women.
and Jason. Yeah. I asked them, if they know anybody, but they just don't.
They don't know anyone. This is unlike
I'll ask them again. I'll ask them right now. See if they.
right now. What the? Why are you putting it into action right now?
Yeah, I'll see because I think. Hold on.
Dev, can you change the layout kind of, because why is it so weird stacked up, right? Why is it not spread out kind of?
Oh, the demand.
I messaged the group chat. I have a group chat with my married friends, so we'll see what they say. I mean,
How
they
do you
probably.
do-
I feel like if they knew someone, they would have set me up already. But yeah.
Yeah, StreamYard's really bad. Carry on.
Anyway, I got this. I don't want to go off topic, but I got this really nice fiber wax I put in my hair today. I got it from the dollar store, and it's better than the Suavecito stuff.
Sorry. That's funny.
Yeah, I like that.
That's that's the most random topic change I've ever heard in my life. That's brilliant. That's why we love Aiden. Sorry. That was funny, Aiden. A complete change of topic. Nowhere near related.
Well, Zenesis has a lot of hair. I can ask him what he puts in his hair, but we don't want to change the topic too much.
Here we go. Is that better?
Nothing
Bullshit.
changed.
Wait there. It has changed.
I mean, we can also talk about anything else. Like, I'm open. Like, we can also talk about non-black and stuff, right? We can talk about video games and stuff like this.
Here we
Also.
go. Is that better?
Yes. Yeah, it's better.
Bingo. Finally. Wait there. Hello.
Yes. I mean, from what I heard from the stories, like I think Froglet is one of the most kind of genuine, brutal kind of story yet.
Hmm.
There's irony in that, and I will say that there is some truth to it. Do I think it's completely impossible to ascend? No, not completely. But what would I rather be doing? Would I rather be chasing retarded mids, or would I rather be working towards building something like a small, comfortable environment for myself? I mean, my wants, my dreams are relatively simple, but yet it seems like I can't really get to them. Even it's ridiculous.
Frog, you implied just then that what you said before about your condition is hyperbole. You don't have Bell's palsy. Which one is it?
I do, but that being said, mainly when it comes to like interacting with women, like socially, and just people in general, like a lot of this shit could be solved if you're very social. Like oofy doofies, these retarded schlubby hubby men, they can get into these relationships with no issue. They can get sex with no issue. Like I'm very certain I could get sex, but do I want to put up with the fucking chase? Do I want to have to deal with some like retarded mid brap hog just to feel pleasure in like a moment? Like, no, that's ridiculous.
So, but this leads me to believe you don't have the Bell's palsy because
It sounds contradictory. I know, but that.
It doesn't matter if you do. In my opinion, it doesn't matter if you do or don't, because if you hold the black pill's true, whatever your face, I mean, I'm probably one of the fake people or whatever, but I'm not that awful, but I'm not, obviously Chad, but you can still hold a good understanding of the black pill without being grotesque.
Yeah,
because
yeah. Black pill versus incel are completely distinct meanings or terms.
Yeah, I just like the it just it reveals a lot about human nature, which is very interesting to me as well, about the dynamic of what people obviously it's obvious that looks is very highly valued, and then I like the interplay between obviously just a load of people lie about the actual intent. Yeah, it's obvious that there's a duality where there's this fake veneer, and then they cling on to it. Yeah, it's not looks, it's not look, right? But then the actions are totally opposed to this. It's not look, right?
It
It's,
is.
it's, it's laughable. In my opinion, this duality is so interesting because it's laughable.
If I were to put some sort of percentage on how much looks matter compared to any other
It would
like
be.
factor, it would be
It's a
like
large.
70-30, 70
Yeah.
30, if not 80-20.
Yes.
Like looks matter like quite a bit, like substantially, like not to a point where you can't discredit the sociability of anything else, but when it comes to it, like largely, I think that there is a social aspect to it, and if you exercise your social aspect to it enough, you could actually become like formidable in terms of like how well socialized you are, like how many people you can meet, the more amount of women you can talk to, and all this other bullshit.
True. That is
But
true.
it does sound like a social cop out. I'm not gonna lie. I will admit it. It sounds like, this fat retard loser is talking about how he can't get anything, but then he goes on this story about how he could. That sounds contradictory. It sounds fake.
No,
I
but no,
have to
but I
agree.
believe it because I've seen it myself with my own eyes. There are many, there are many celebrities, even celebrities in, film, etc., who by true force of will have done it. But it's a real force of will, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to add, if Off Grid can get a girlfriend, a lot of people could. A lot of people
That's
can.
another dig on off grid. I like
That
that.
fucking disgusting garden gnome human, if he can get. Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to shit on Off Grid for a second. It's kind of.
Off grid's personality is terrible for me. I don't like ad hominem attacks on. Well, I do ad hominem attacks on looks if the person's personality is absolute garbage, as you can see from my girlfriend for guides video, which is coming up.
Can I add something? Like, because probably was saying that looks are like 70%, 70%
Yeah.
involvement, 30% personality. Is this in the context of only getting laid, or in what sense, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, only getting like I would say for only getting laid, but when it comes to like how well you're treated in society, depending on how you look, I'd say it's like 55-45. Like it's not negligible, but the difference is huge. Like most people aren't just gonna randomly treat you like shit. It's like even if you're just like slightly subhuman, like they're really not gonna treat you that poorly. You'll have moments of being treated poorly. That just goes with being a cell. That just goes with being a person in general. It sounds contradictory, but it's just confusing when you're making these distinctions.
I think it's stratified like this. So if you've got this unbelievable personality and/or talent, let's say music, and there's been plenty of sub 5 musicians, right? It overwhelms things where you get to a point where you can override the looks, but you have to reach this genius level. You have to reach a bewilderingly high threshold, right? Where you're essentially mogging, right? So it becomes too big to ignore, right? Then
Yeah.
at that level, the looks goes down, and then your personality becomes right, or not just your personality, your talents, essentially, in whatever field.
Yeah. I mean, you could see this most notably in like celebrities who are
Bingo. Yeah.
short or bald. Like people will often say, "Hey, well, fucking Kevin Hart has a wife who's attractive
DeVito, yeah.
tall." Yeah. It's a complete fucking cop out. It's ridiculous, but
But it's the million to one.
yes, it's a million to one. But like
I know a
remember-
guy, right? I
yeah,
know a guy,
yeah,
right?
yeah. I know a guy who knows
course,
a guy
you
who
always
has a
know a
dog
guy.
who knows this.
And it
this
always comes from a
girl.
woman, by the way. The I know a guy is always from a woman. I knew a guy. I know a guy. That's what I say to the people when I say I knew a guy. I know a guy. I knew a whatever.
Constant
It's rubbish.
social cop outs get very very aggravating and tiresome.
Because it's
Um,
repetitive.
I was going to
Yeah.
bring up how, height and how much money you need to have to actually be able to get into these relationships, how it correlates. Like if you're 5'6", you need to have a very substantial amount of money to even get like what a 5'8" guy gets. And it's night and day. That is, I think, the most obvious example of it. Like you can look into that. It's quite aggravating.
Yeah, there's a yeah, we went through this before in the other stream. Have you seen that ABC one called Lookism? ABC
I have
program.
no.
Well, you should look into it. ABC Lookism. I can show it to you. I can put the link in, but yeah, it shows. It gives the 5'5" guy millions of pounds. And he was an author and all that. And even then, he was.
Yeah. No, I have seen it. I just haven't seen the. I didn't remember the name. That's on me. My bad.
That was very funny because
Yeah. This is
they
Stu.
made him
He's
Superman.
5'2" and he's a doctor and a millionaire. Stu can't get laid. He's gonna probably hang himself.
Fucking brutal.
No, but the women were tee-heeing like tee.
They were laughing at him. The
He's so
entire
cute,
fucking
tee-hee. But we just don't find. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. This was the major joke. Is like they were laughing at this, right? We had to make them all axe murderers, right? To consider that short guy, yeah. They were laughing and joking that the other people were rapists, and then we might choose the short guy.
You know,
That's fucked up.
I think it's also an element to that social experiment. But I think if you're gonna actually gather women's opinion, you should have them completely separate because they probably created some sort of like groupthink with each other. Since women often do that, like they have this like social thing that's like, okay, I gotta do what this woman says. I have to do what she says so I can fit in socially. That's just natural with them. Whereas a man could be completely honest and say, that fat bitch is ugly. Get her away from me.
Yeah.
Yeah, DBF is hosting a panel tonight, actually, if you guys want to come.
Oh. Okay.
Wow.
Which tonight? His night or our night?
His night. So
Oh dear.
for me, it would be like, I think 3 or 4 in the morning.
Precisely.
Bless
It's
you.
completely
Bless you,
inhospitable. Yeah. What is it like for Eurocells? Even worse.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Always be worse, apparently. But yeah, besides all that bullshit, how are you guys doing? Like Genesis, what have you been doing? Have you been watching any movies, anime, playing any games?
Yeah.
That's all he does.
Yeah, that's usually what I play video games. Is usually what I do when I have when I'm at home doing my own stuff. Yeah, I mean, like playing video games regarding this thing. I played Resident Evil 9 recently. Still need to finish it.
Okay.
I think Horsehead like shit like that.
Really?
Yeah.
What about Bald Man Sky?
What else?
Do you know what have you seen Bald Man Sky? Played that one?
Old Man's Sky?
Yes.
No Man's Sky?
No Man's Lie. I'm
One Man's
doing
Sky?
the wordplay. One Man's Lie?
Yeah.
Bald Man's Guy?
Have you
Yeah.
played the Dumb Cuck Simulator?
Dev told me about it once.
The
Oh.
That's the
President Wanted
funniest
Man
game
Cuck
in the
Simulator. Fucking brutal.
But, by the way, I was the founder of, no, I wasn't the founder of that game. I found that game and I recommend. I was the one that recommended it to Dan. Then he played it. Right? I found it for him. Aiden's back in.
There's the answer right here. I said,
Oh yeah, here we go.
I don't really care. I said, no, hold on. I said, hey, if you guys know anyone who's single, let me know. Jason says no. Kevin says for yourself. I said, no, for someone else. Of course, myself. And he said, are you ready? And then he goes like this. He's married, right? So he goes, are you ready for that? I'm like, yeah. And he says, I don't know anyone that's a good match. No. You'll want someone who's younger. That's what he says.
Younger than who? You haven't even been given any options. What?
Yeah, I know. He's like, people in their 30s are looking to be supported. You want a woman who's in their 20s. But he didn't give me any options, so I don't know. He doesn't know anyone, I guess.
Wait, no. I didn't ask you to ask him. I had to ask the wife. The wife has the access to the woman.
Oh, the wife. I think I have her number. Let me see.
No, you get him to ask the wife, right?
Oh, ask the wife.
The wife's the access to social. Men have no social. Well, unless they're Chad. The women have
Yeah,
the social.
that's something I think could be an interesting topic. What do you guys think of an ideal society where, if any like sort of true force loneliness were at play, the women in men's lives were actually to connect men to other people, to be some sort of social barrier? What do you think a reality like that would entail? Do you think that would be better for society if most women tried to help men get into relationships? Obviously, it's
Yeah, it
completely
would solve the problem.
implausible. It would solve the problem of like most men wouldn't even like end up as like degenerate gooners. Like DBF would have never been into troon porn or anything like that, but it's extremely unrealistic, and women need to change quite a drastic amount. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just some bullshit to think about. It's always some bullshit to think about.
It would solve the problem.
It would. It would. But Dev, have you been watching any movies lately?
No, I just watch porn 24 hours a day in a dark room, downloading all the blowjob videos in the world.
You're being
That's well
sarcastic.
adjusted.
That was hyperbolic. No, I like a bit of literature, a bit of film, a bit of I said that at the wrong time. Jasmine's in the room.
Bro.
Oh, is he in the room? What? No, he's not in the room. Ro isn't in the room, is he? No, but yeah. I mean, I watch a lot of films, literature, books, philosophy, kind of accounting stuff. I'm not very good at coping. That's why I want to do this stream about the blue pill.
Oh, dude, I'm fucking horrible at coping. Actually, it's like the thing I'm the most like inept at. Like surprisingly, like for someone who's been around for a long time in this space, I just cannot seem to to adjust myself well in any way, shape, or form. It's retarded.
No, but can Zenesis tell you how to cope? Yeah.
I can't tell him how to cope.
After Zenesis is gonna say something like "fucking go buy a whore," or
No,
start
I
doing
know.
drugs.
I wanted to ask you, like you said, like you can't cope in one way. Like it's really hard for you to like consume any blue pill stuff.
Well, like it's more. It sounds retarded, but like I just haven't had a job in a long fucking time. I'm basically waiting on work because through other people, I've been told that they'll help me get a job, and it just has not happened. It has not happened yet. Well, it's a pretty trustworthy thing that should be happening, but it's the company that's not letting it happen realistically, and that's what's making it quite aggravating. Like I have no money to cope really. Like and money is the largest cope of all. Like you can fucking do shit with computers, cars, bikes. You could just have a lot of fun with money, and you know, being a poor retard is pretty awful.
Yeah.
I mean, you can play video games and pirate stuff, right?
Yeah, yeah, but that only goes so far. It's like past the point to like the mental aspect. I don't know. It's just sometimes I don't feel very well adjusted. Like I don't find healthy things to do. Like rather than finding something healthy to do, I just constantly doom scroll and end up in this misery cycle. I think all people go through it, but
You mean coon scroll, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Coon scroll. Right, my new phrase, coon scroll. What about NR? Who is NR? Can you introduce yourself to it?
The real deal. How you doing?
The real deal. Holy shit! Why are you here?
What do you mean? Why am I here? What are you saying?
Dude, I thought you were only like up at night. Don't you live in California or something?
No, this is
British.
This is nuclear.
Oh my!
This is nuclear Redfield. This is not who you think
I thought he said the deal.
No, he's not the deal. No, this is the original Black Pillar. This guy.
How do you define an original Black Pillar?
Ask Zenesis. He's the host.
Oh, is it?
I think this is a relative kind of thing, right? I don't know who Nuclear Redfield is. I don't know how did you get exposed to the Black Pill?
I technically watched a Face on LMS video back in 2013.
OG, yes. Yes.
Yeah, and then in 2014, I remember seeing an Elliot Roger video. You know, when he was wearing the shirt walking towards the camera? You know that one? The purple shirt?
The Mogger.
Yeah, that one. Well, the one where he was walking towards the camera. I thought he was kind of a weirdo at the time. I was like 17, 18. I thought this guy was kind of out of his mind. So, at the time. But I was right. So, yeah. It's, I mean, I keep hearing people on here saying, oh, like the glorifying relationships. Like, I know getting into a decent quality relationship is a good thing, but I mean, just look around. Like at most men, like the relationships they're in, like look around you. They're in terrible relationships. Women dictate all of the terms.
Yeah,
The
I know.
terms
I
are
know.
normally-
Jason, he's working like 2 or 3 jobs to support his family, and then like he's working his ass off just to make his kids happy. And then Kevin's in serious debt from his wedding. It's a lot. It's hard. It's not easy for them. But
I would
the
say
question
that-
is, would you rather have their problems or your problems? Me, I personally don't care. I don't mind being single. It would be nice to have a girlfriend, but I mean, if I don't have one, I'm okay.
Well, I would say all of that's okay if you're dealing with a quality woman. But I mean, if you've got a woman who's gonna want to dish out that much on a wedding, then she's going to be kind of narcissistic and toxic. So probably not in great relationships. So.
I mean, you're spot on, right? I mean, like, what do you strive for, like, nuclear reactor? Do you want a long-term relationship, or or you want to focus short-term?
How
Well,
come
yeah,
I
I'd like
can't hear anybody? What's going on?
It's probably on your end, but yeah, I mean, I would like a decent quality long-term relationship. But the thing is, women nowadays, relationships they want aren't exactly ideal for the man. They're just very toxic. Like they want to continue going out with their friends, boozing it up, smoking weed, and they don't actually want to prioritize the man in the relationship. They just want to prioritize everything other than the man. And yeah, it's,
Not desirable.
Where is Froglet and Aiden? Did you kick them out?
I didn't kick them.
Okay. Yeah.
because I could have gotten a relationship a month ago, but she was 18, right? And she basically was telling me, hey, I want to get into a relationship with you. I met her a few nights prior, and she was showing me loads of affection, but what she wanted relationship-wise, just I couldn't do it. It was just, I just know it would end in disaster for me.
You mentioned earlier that you found this place or Blackpill through Face and LMS, but how did you find Face and LMS in the first place? Because finding him is also like really what's.
Because I was on YouTube a lot back in the day. I mean, I've been on YouTube since like the mid 2000s. So his video just came up in my feed, I'm guessing. Because I vividly remember watching one of his old ones back in 2013. Just vividly do. It's probably on your end, but yeah. But I can't quite remember. I think it came in my recommendation. Like it was a recommended video. Women nowadays, relationships they want aren't exactly. But the thing is that people like to, like Dev Pike, right? I noticed in the previous live stream you overemphasize looks. I'm not trying to say like I used to do that a lot myself, like probably when I was like 20, 21. But it's not to say looks don't matter, they do, but it's the context of how they matter. Like, are we talking about? Well, I don't want to break it down too simply because I don't want these trolls understanding it, but I mean, there are instances where, all you have to do is signal submission to a woman, like meaning you need to show her that you're conforming to the standards in society, you're really agreeable, and you're a stable kind of guy, and then you can get with a woman even if you're sub 5.
Yeah, Ufa Jiffy Max. Ufa Jiffy's law.
Oh, it's gone.
Hey?
It's funny. Like every 1 minute, somebody leaves, joins. It's funny.
Uh-oh.
What's it?
Device is not connecting. What does that mean? What the hell?
Aiden,
Yeah.
what video games are you currently playing? Are you playing something?
A lot of RuneScape, but
RuneScape.
this TV show called Buffy the Vampire Slayer last night.
Yeah.
And it's a favorite show from like is it the 90s, early 2000s? I don't know. But there's this character who is like an evil vampire. His name's Spike. And you get to see his whole story arc later on in the 5th season. And it's so funny because he used to be this poet. He wrote poetry and he was this like really good guy. And he ends up going up to a woman and like trying to read the poetry and says, "Hey, do you want to like marry me?" And she says, "No, you're beneath me. Get away from me." And he ends up crying, ripping up his poetry, and ends up joining this vampire cult. And and he ends up becoming this like huge edgelord and dark cell. It was just so funny.
I'm familiar with this movie. Didn't it came out like in the early 2000s?
Yeah, it's called Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's just funny how like the hottest guy who's like a GQ model with blonde hair, slicked back, and like the tightest jaw. He's like the hottest guy, and he's like he's like an incel. It's so funny. It's like, and then he fawns over the one of the slayers, the vampire slayers, and she says the same thing again after he goes through his dark cell arc. She's like, "You're beneath me," and she throws like thousands of dollars on him and get away from me. Like, and he's picking up all this cash lying on the ground, like, as after he taught her how to like do this little fighting technique or something is stupid. It's just funny how like that's why I was saying like a lot of guys who look very good. I know it's just a movie or a show, but a lot of guys who look very good, they still strike out too, which is funny. I think that's so ironic,
Yeah, I mean it goes back to Nuclear Reference point where he said like looks are not everything, right?
They're not. Yeah, I don't think I'm like ugly, but I think I look relatively like attractive, and I think it's funny. Like I think it's just a big joke,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Redfield is also really on point with like because there's people don't really. I mean, like, the thing is like with the Blackfish space in the sphere, this is like a melting pot for neurodivergent people, right? On average, right? And what kind of traits do neurodivergent people have? Like, okay, they struggle with social cues, right? A lot.
Yeah.
And you kind of like see this kind of thing, like especially that. Okay, yes, I don't think that most people would actually have problems getting something. It's just most people are autistic, right? On this sphere, right?
No, I don't agree with that, mate. I disagree with you. I wouldn't say most are. I would say this. Most people in the sphere are failed normies, and they basically suffer from a form of post-traumatic stress disorder because they are basically ugly people. So they then have autistic-like tendencies, which basically, if you look at the overlap between the PTSD and autistic traits, they're very similar. So basically, these people are being misdiagnosed as being, when they actually go to to a psychologist and get diagnosed, they're being misdiagnosed when in actuality they're just people who are ugly and have been enduring a lifetime of mistreatment. And then the psychologists will go, "Oh, look, it's because you're autistic." It's like, no, that guy's an ugly fucking freak. That's why. Like, he has those. I'm not saying it's always the case, but I would say in this community, I'd say it's half. I'd say it this way. That's what I would say. Like, genuine autists aren't as common as people believe.
That's
true. So.
Maybe half, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's also right. But I still think there's a big portion of people who are neurodivergent, right? And this might be a cause.
Yeah, big fan. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Ufidufi's law, right? I mean, nuclear reference probably also well with there's a guy called Rapirak, right?
Yeah, I'm well aware of him. I actually don't agree with the oofy doofy theory. I think there is a phenomenon where women will date down, but not because of Majus controlling women and it's because they're being brainwashed to date these guys. No, I think it's just down to these guys basically appealing to women in other ways other than looks. That's what I think.
You're a fucking prick, Nuclear Redfield. I would fucking bash your fucking head in.
Well, what was wrong with that guy? That was weird. Who's he?
Dead Doomer.
Who the fuck was that?
Some idiot. I think we're going to get a lot of idiots. But anyway.
Yeah, what were you going to say about the red pill, Reich? You were going to say something about his...
Oh yeah, I think this is one of the few channels I noticed kind of in this space, which really is keen into this kind of like explaining what the oofy doofy is, and kind of like is really convinced that oofy doofy, being an oofy doofy is everything, right? When it comes to like
he basically believes that women's mate selection is being hijacked by the social engineers in society, and the social engineers are basically Jews, and they are maladaptive, spiteful mutant whites, essentially. And there is a tiny bit of truth to it. Like I don't disagree with some elements of it, but when you actually look at like a lot of their arguments, it falls apart. Like they go on about body language, and if you look at the body language of these women with these fat slobs, these soy boys. What were you saying?
They're negative body language.
Yeah, like if you look at like the like they've got look, the body language is proof the woman's smiling, but if you look at, for instance, the footage of like the top models when they're on stage, they all hold fake smiles, and if under a certain filter, you can actually see it's a complete fake smile. And a lot of these cues, the body language cues, is just false positives. The women are just putting on a show to better able manipulate the guy into believing that he's actually desired by her.
Fake smile, but then her body's 9 miles away from him. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Precisely. That's that old game. But they can't see. But yeah, this is where you see most men are socially retarded, right? They can't read between the lines. That's what,
I know. Yeah, it's quite ironic because I'm autistic, and even I.
By the way, that's why women get this thing of, they're very good socially. No, it's just men are that bad. The level is so low, real low, right? The average man is really, really bad. It's not that women are good, just the men are so bad. Hello again.
Hey guys.
How come? Why are you not your original channel? Have you made another? What?
I just sling dong, and it made me really fucking hard.
What was that? Really?
What the fuck was that?
That was Matt. That was Matt. Dude, that was DBF. He's trolling my account. It's really funny. Why would DBF troll me? That's funny. I like that. That's hilarious. Sorry, that's funny. Why? What was really hard? Carry on. Sorry, we've got a lot of these interludes.
Yeah, because people need to realize it's not all about getting laid, like a lot of us actually want to have a meaningful, deep connection with a woman, but just women nowadays are so fixated on the career. They're so fixated on other things other than having a actual deep, meaningful connection with a man. That's what it ultimately comes down to. I mean, I could go out, probably get laid twice a month if I wanted to, right? If I manipulate certain factors in terms of like not the women. I'm saying like if I position myself in my environment to where I'm closer to the night scene, I could definitely bring back different women at least once a week, I reckon, because I've tested it. And yeah, I mean, that's great for a month or two, but it's like, that's not ultimately what us men want. We want something more than that, something deeper, right? But women just, I think it just comes down to the fact that women in general just don't value emotional closeness that much with men. Like, don't get me wrong, there are some women out there that actually feel a lot of affection for their partner, but I don't think there are many women like that. I think women like that are like 5-10% of the population. I think the vast majority of women just view a relationship with a man through a transactional lens. That's what I think.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah. I do also think there's some people in there who only want sex, right? But I agree with you. Yes, some people also want like long-term relationships in this space.
Yeah, because they always try to paint us as like we only want sex. Oh, we're incels. We only want sex. It's always to try and stigmatize us, to make us look just heartless and just only out for one thing. When, I mean, most guys in this community, I would say, are looking for something more. But it's so difficult to find a woman that is willing to work with us, because most women nowadays, I mean, I've been saying this for like 6 years, most women just don't like men. And recent studies are showing this. Have you seen that new study that came out recently? Well, it's technically a survey around a week ago, and most Gen Z women below 25 pretty much dislike men.
Bingo.
Only 11, but have you seen that?
Oh yeah, but I tried to show this in my last stream where I showed the there's various UK news channels that have turned against. Spike's done one against why have Gen Z women been radicalized against men. What was it? Spectator did one as well. There's a lot of pointing the finger back at women now. It's interesting.
Yeah, it is. It's because they can see they're not going to be able to retire. These women are like 40, 50 years old, a lot of these journalists, and they're seeing the writing on the wall that they're not going to be able to retire, and society's basically going down the shitter.
But it's good that they're not pointing the finger always back at the men, which is always what happens. They're actually asking the question for once. Are the women at fault? And then they've got to the point that you've just made. Why do these women just hate the men for, and then what reason is behind it, right? And also they ask the reciprocal question to the men, right? But the men don't hate the women in the same manner, right?
Mm.
There was this massive discrepancy between the amount of Gen Z women hating men and the amount of Gen Z men hating women. Gen Z men didn't hate women that bad. I mean, like you said, there was 70% or some crazy amount, right?
Yeah, and the whole media is trying to portray young men as being, you know, the ones with the ill feelings towards the women the most, when it's actually the opposite. It's the other way around. But what I think is going on is, I think a lot of these journalists, a lot of these older women, they've got like nephews, the nephew's like just turned 21 or something. He's a young guy, and I reckon a lot of these young nephews that they have, they're in good shape. They have a job, and they're probably trying, and they're trying. Well, they're trying, and they're seeing it. They're not getting anything, and they're like 40, 50-year-old Gen X women, and they're looking like, what the hell is going on with these women? Like, it doesn't make any sense. That's what they're thinking, I reckon.
I agree. And then they do a hit piece like that.
Yeah, and they're like,
if they want more, big news. If they continue to pump them out, that will affect the culture quite a lot, in a good way for us, in my opinion. Could wake up a lot of people.
I don't think it will. I don't think it's going to help very much. Right?
Imagine the Times ran articles like that. Be big news.
I don't think it's going to help very much, because,
well, maybe not.
The value of male labor is so low nowadays, and then you factor in that there's so many excess men, not many women as well actually truly want a relationship with a man nowadays. A lot of women are just content being single. There would have to be some kind of like EMP that goes off and takes us back to like a pre-1800 style of living, where women rely on men more. Other than that, Just don't see it doing much. These articles, yeah.
He's going to troll us again. He's back.
Hey guys, it's really me. I was just trying to say before, I sucked a black man's schling dong and I let him fuck me up the ass.
It keeps on happening. Is he actually doing it? That could be JT. That's funny.
How's it possible?
Why? Sorry, I find that funny.
How many viewers are viewing the live stream now?
Nothing. We're dead. It's
Uh-huh.
invisible.
Hmm.
YouTube hates single lonely men. I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah, but I
I've
get
got-
like 6 like viewers to a black screen when I'm muted as well. So it's like, yeah.
5. Got 5.
5 or 6, yeah. Oh, you mean 5 right now? Right.
Rubbish.
I'm gonna have a look.
We're invisible to YouTube. No one cares.
Oh, it shows 8 when I looked at it then.
We're flying. It's 8. Oh, we can get her on. If we get some women on, that YouTube will automatically boost us up to double numbers. Then we go into the algorithm, etc., etc. It's the same with real life. Nothing
Yeah.
happens if you're a single man, but somehow, magically, if a woman is there, everything inverts, right?
Hmm. Depends. If you bring a woman on like Jolene, I don't think men are gonna stick around and listen to her for very long.
Well, because she's toxic again.
She's like a level 3 autist, and she just rambles on in a really annoying way. I think Todd
Yeah,
was in love with her though.
Some of these women are. The problem is some of these women get like 20,000 subs, so it doesn't
yeah,
seem to
she
matter
gets-
what.
Yeah, she
the
gets like
content-
100k views on like just videos of her legs.
That's what I'm saying. The content is irrelevant for women. They seem to get, but somehow they're still oppressed, right? Absolute rubbish.
But to be honest, though, I would say like I have listened to her. I do think
She's an
I
idiot.
do think she is a femcel because she is 30 plus. She's like an autistic woman, and she's been trying with multiple different men where she lives in her city, and none of them have actually married her and committed to her. So I would say he possibly is. Because it's a bit different if she was like 21 or something. So I take the controversial opinion that she is. So I do believe some women can be femcells if they're really
Yeah, but
unattractive.
it's really bad
Yeah.
or really picky. It's either of those two. Really low quality or really, really, really picky.
I would say the really picky ones are just the vol cells, I'd say.
Yes, that's it. I mean, it's a trend online to be a femcel and attractive, and then you get the tissons on. This could be explosive. These two have history. That's all I'm going to say, and I'll leave it at that. Jack, do you know who you're in with now? He doesn't know he's online. Jack, do you know? Hello? Jack, hello? Carry on.
Yeah, I've had a hair transplant, by the way. Well,
It
second one.
It didn't
Yeah.
fail. It worked.
Oh, I've actually had 2. This is my second one. It's actually amazing, the results. I'm not kidding. If I put a pic on stream, you guys would be like, holy hell, that is
Well,
impressive.
You want to show it then?
Wait, what happens if you get a haircut? Does it grow back? How does it work?
Yeah, obviously it will. Yeah, but I'm at the stage where I'm like a week or two away from when it all starts falling out, and then it will take another 3 or 4 months to grow back in. Well, do for like 60-70% of the hairs to grow back in. It takes around 2 years for it to fully,
Mature.
like mature into its final form. Yeah.
I know sometimes it fails, but I hope it works for you.
I'm on day 10 pretty much, so it so far I think it's been perfect.
Yeah.
But why have you had 2 then?
Well, because I started thinning when I was a teenager. My hair I was like Norwood 2 at like 16, and then at 21.
True. Yeah, but even then, why would you need another one if it's a solution that increases the follicles? Why would you need to go again?
Because the first hair transplant was like it was to create the hairline, and then it's always the case with the first one. The first one is never going to be able to add a good enough amount of density, so you need a second one to add the density to the hairline. Even though my first result was really good, if I did a buzz cut and then left it to grow for like a week, it would look really good. I know this because women would tell me it, even other men would tell me it. Like I was in a toilet one time in a nightclub, and this chap I was looking in the mirror, right, and he said, "You look sick, bro. Like you're looking sick." Like he just thought, the buzz cut looks really good. So I mean, I just wasn't happy with the density. I want to grow it to a longer length than a buzz cut, right? I want to have it like, that actor Chad Murray, similar to what he has. And I had women as well telling me I look like Chad Murray, so I want to try and get that look a bit more, like when it grows out full, like when it's thick and full, I'm going to be able to fully have that hairstyle, and I reckon it's going to bump me up quite a bit in attractiveness.
Hair is life.
Oh yeah, it's important. It's more important than being tall. Way more important.
Hello.
To be honest, this whole tall thing in this community is a cope. I'm getting so sick of people going on and on and on about, oh, just be tall. It's like, where did that get me? Okay. The last girl I dated, right? Well, technically the one before her, she was a single mum. Okay. I bumped into her at a nightclub and we were both smiling at each other. We were drawn to each other. And then she wanted to dance with me. And I was like, I can't really dance. And I don't really want to dance because it's kind of cringy. The music's shit as well. And then she ditches me and goes off with this manlet. He was like 5'3". And then I confronted her because it was very disrespectful what she did. And I confronted her, telling her, don't ever fucking speak to me again. And then she said, I won't. But the point is, she ditched me for that manlet I don't think it was like a gay best friend or anything, because the way they were, the body language, right, I could tell she had history of him, sexual history. And then the previous guy that she got with prior to me, like this is what I'm talking about. It was like she referred to that guy as her side piece, and he was 5'4", and he's had 5 kids. Meanwhile, I'm 6'3" and I have 0 kids. Okay, if you look at the actual data as well, taller men are having less children. Taller the men, the taller genetics, the alleles associated with taller height are becoming less prominent with every generation because taller men are having less children. So this idea as well that being tall is this end all be all, I just don't see it, and I'm not experiencing it. So.
Can I ask one question? Who's the real Jack Tisson?
I'm the real Jack Tisson, but this guy here who's he's Jack Tisson, and he's got my body prints Charlie.
So fucking weird.
Doppelganger.
Is it Jack Tisson the second then? Yeah, right. So it's like a lineage. Is it like something like?
There's like a sort of.
It's like a monastic dynasty, right?
I've got Tis on the first,
Tis on the first, Tis on the second, Tis on the third.
Yeah.
You're like a monarchy. Yeah, I love it. It's hilarious. Right, that one's not.
I just got pegged and shot a massive load.
Fair enough. That's exactly Jesus Christ.
I love getting trolled by these people.
Get him out of here. It's fucking crazy.
I literally, I've just got pegged and shot a massive load. I mean, the guy is literally. Done just what I did. I claimed that I was watering the dogs and having a shower, but really I was getting pegged and shot a massive load. That prick's right, you know.
By the way, do you know who's on now? Right now,
Who's that?
the nuke.
I know, yeah. And I just come back from Thai boxing training. I went to this gym today, and I thought you guys were coming at 9 o'clock. So I got there at 7.
Yeah, we got it.
I got there at 7. I did like an hour, and then I rushed back. And obviously I gave my dogs water, and then I go to shower, took my dogs out to have a shit, and then I'm here now. You know.
Sorry for being out.
That's all right, man. It's all right. You know, it's been quite a good day actually, because like I went to this gym, and it's like an old school Thai boxing gym. Like it's been going for about 25 years, and the guys there are all experienced. Like they've been training there for years. Like they all know each other, and you know, like when you haven't done striking training for a long time, if anyone's actually done training martial arts, that one of the things about striking training is that it taxes you really quickly. So I did like a couple of rounds, and by the third or fourth round, I could barely stand. And I looked at the coach, and because it's a hardcore fighters gym, he wouldn't let me have a rest. He said, "No, you rest after the session." So like the last 3 rounds, I was literally unable to stand really. It kind of, when you finish a session like that, you get such a rush.
Yes, natural.
Yeah. And I was going back to my van, and I felt the best I've felt for ages. And I realised that it's because I haven't been training like that for fucking years, man. I mean, I haven't trained with that intensity for about 15 years.
You push yourself.
Yeah. And it's you know, some of these clubs, these like Thai boxing clubs, they don't want to attract people who won't stick to the culture of the gym. So what they do is, I mean, I know the coach pretty well, and he knows me from back in the day. And what they do is they don't accommodate you.
Weasels.
You've basically got to meet their demands. And what they say is, look, this is how we train. If you can adapt to it, or you don't come back.
Or you piss off.
And I think that is a successful strategy, because the gym is packed.
Christ. So
it kind of like tells you that people do want to do that kind of thing. You know, it's but yeah, it was brutal, man. Like I was sparring this guy's like a heavyweight, and you know, like with body composition, you kind of think that everybody's got the same length of limb. So if you've got like a guy who's 6'4", you think that he's got the same reach, but that's actually not true.
True.
A guy 6'4" can have a much longer
7 foot.
Yeah, a much longer reach than a guy who's also 6'4", and this guy's reach was like a 7 foot guy.
Christ.
Yeah, so he kept on like catching me with jabs and stuff like that, and I couldn't work out why, until I worked out that he's got much longer arms than me.
Monkey arm.
Yeah, and he's like
an ape's arms.
Yeah, literally, yeah. And it was like, yeah. So I really enjoyed today. It's one of the best days I've had this year, or maybe the best day I've had this year. Just going to a Thai boxing gym, man.
Then you approach, right? You got a natural high. Then you do 10 approaches. Is that right or wrong? No, I'm joking.
Oh man, do you know what? I mean, I could do like I could come out of a Thai boxing gym all sweaty with my old shorts on and my old t-shirt on, and I could like, I mean, the guy my age, you got to remember, I'm 43 years old.
Yeah, masculine maxed.
43 years old, and when you're 43, they say that the ideal age for a man for a woman is half your age plus 7. So you can't, you really got to think about the age range and that. And I don't think it's possible in Britain, if you're less than 5 in the face, perhaps, to attract females in this modern age because of how competitive it is. So I kind of given up on Britain, mate. I don't really care. You know,
I'd say it's less than a 6. I'd say
maybe less than a 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not worth it. So I wouldn't even attempt it. Like when I was working in nightclub security, I built up a lot of data about that kind of thing. You know, the black pill observations, and typically it breaks down into different spheres. So you do get you do get some dudes who are perhaps social circles more important than anything else, because people who are off the same ilk mix of each other, and that's social proof.
Yeah.
Hey guys, it's Amanda.
You know what's gonna come?
Your
Hey,
cocks are so fucking small.
That was an in-joke.
Is that actually a real woman, or is it somebody?
No, it's not. But it's one of the channels. It's very funny. That woman is a channel that punches down on lonely men.
Oh right.
That's a mock.
Wait, this is all AI though. They're doing it. Someone's trolling through AI with AI, right?
I love the troll though. I love it. All the characters in this space, they've trolled it. Yeah. Anyway.
It's kind of funny though, isn't it? It's kind of funny. Like I call them goblins when I do lives, and
good word.
I make up the same thing about them. I say they're bald at 21.
Don't say that.
They've got narrow shoulders and big hips, and they've got the grip strength of a gerbil, and recessed chins and big eyes, and they've got big hips and big booties, and their big booties at the side as a defense mechanism in case the wolves come to the door.
I've got a theory about women. Yeah, you know, men have to have a hair transplant. Why can't women have a personality transplant? What about that? No.
Well, yeah, in the West, it's kind of.
Can our standards be your personality has to be transplanted? Thank you very much. Now, piss off.
Yeah, I think if you're if you're not a 6 in the face in the West, you haven't got a long-term social circle which can prove that you've been functional as a man for a very long time. It's very difficult to gain the respect of women in the West because they have got such high standards. So it's kind of like you've got to be above 6 and have a strong social circle. The social the social circle offers proof that you've been functional since childhood, and that shows you've got good mental health, high intelligence, good family, that kind of thing. And that's one of the leverages that you can that works. True. And if you're walking around like a single male and you haven't got a social circle and you're a sub 6, then I think as you get older, like I think when you're like 22, 23, you might actually have more of a belief that things are going to change, but they never do. So it's kind of like it's better to accept the situation early on if you're younger, and then you can at least then you know what you can do. That's why I typically all I do is Geomax. That is all I do. I don't even bother in Britain because I know there's no chance.
True.
Yeah, but you said you want a Geomax to somewhere in Asia, I believe. But I mean, what are you going to do for work out there, Jack? Like, you can Geomax there if you want, but you're not going to be able
to. I'm actually quite. I'm a bit of a geography nerd, and it's one of my subjects that I've been studying since I was a kid. So I kind of know most countries in the world, and I know the demographics of each of these countries. I kind of do it as a hobby. And
wow, okay.
Typically, Bear, Where? No, get back in. What you what you need to do with geomaxing is find places where you can work, or find places where you can establish yourself as a base, but work abroad and go back there. So it's kind of them two strategies. So the thing you need to do is gain an international skill set, and if you can gain an international skill set where you can travel abroad and work and then go back to your base, then a lot of countries in the world are possible for geomaxing, but you can't just go to these places and work. Of course not. It's not
Is that what you've been doing?
Yeah.
What's your skill set?
I've got I don't really like to talk about too much details, but I kind of want to be humble, you know. But I'm quite high level in certain industries, mate.
Humble brag is the option.
I don't like to talk about.
Would you like to go to like the Asian countries?
Asia wouldn't really appeal to me. The only reason I'd go to Asia wouldn't typically be for women. It would be to train. Like I like Kali Eskrima, which is like a stick fighting style, comes from the Philippines. So I'd probably go there for that, but not particularly for the women. I don't mind them, but I'm not that attracted towards them in a long-term way. I'm more attracted towards Latin chicks, and if you're like a Nordic phenotype in Spain, where there's like 3 million Latino Americans, they'll at least give you a chance. I'm not saying that you're a Chad amongst these people. You're not. They've got their own hierarchy, and you're somewhere on that hierarchy. But in Spain, amongst the Latins, if you're a Nordic phenotype, you're at least given the time of day. That's all I know. You know.
So you like to go to like Spain, or is that where you go for like the women?
Yeah.
That's cool. You got like a Spanish girl?
I did have, for a few years, but I found it to be kind of a surprise, really, because it happened by chance. Like I went out into Barcelona one time, and there's like an area of lots of Latin people, like Colombians, Venezuelans, Ecuador, and them types of places. And I found myself being responded to by the men and the women in a more benevolent way, like I was a somebody. I wasn't just this kind of guy walking around. I had some sort of status, and I couldn't work out why. And then I started to like try like talking to chicks in these areas, and I was quite surprised. Like, give me their number and that, and I'd be like, "What the fuck?" You know?
Yeah, but I've no doubt they flake jacked the moment they probed you for information about your socioeconomic level back home. The moment they got a gauge of it, they flake.
My socioeconomic level is pretty high, mate. Yeah.
Around, he can't be that fucked up, right? So they could just say he's got, you don't have to tell the truth.
And then I don't want to humble brag. I've got empathy for people who haven't got things going for them in that direction.
Yeah, but wait a minute. I thought you live in a bedsit.
No, I don't want to talk about personal details, but because it's one reason is that people in Britain, a lot of people are suffering from bad economic situations. So I don't want to talk about myself like I'm some sort of superior male, because I'm really not. Yeah, but I'm not in a bad economic situation, and to say the least. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're traveling around, then you can't be too bad.
Yeah. But that's the point. That's the point. In the West, he's still got problems, which is fucked up, isn't it?
Well, everybody has problems in the West, you know. And I'm sure they got their problems over there too. Yeah, there's problems everywhere. But if you're talking about like
more money, more problems, yeah.
The West is dead. I mean, if you're particularly, I think Britain's ground zero but I think other countries are nearing that level
They're
as well,
going towards it, yeah.
like Germany, perhaps even France. There's
Italy. Yeah.
Italy. You know, you only got to look at the birth rates in these places to
Yeah.
that females are in this hedonistic consumerist lifestyle, and
They're all in.
yeah, and it's not going to change. You know, it's what people say. It's it's the sub-6 theory. There's all these different theories, but if you don't match up, you're never going to match up. Culture is going to give you access to that type of experience. So you kind of have to make a choice. Now, one guy could become a monk type and just not give a shit, and that's okay. And I wish them well. Or you just got to fucking get out of your environment and start looking for other options. And the thing then is that
Sorry. That was funny though. That was the funniest one.
All right, buddy, get out of this. You're pissing me off. They're fighting my dogs. Sorry.
Was somebody just playing porn?
No, it was a rendition of when Todd was jerked off during the stream.
Oh, you mean when you talking about when Click was jerking him off?
I'm not sure when that happened. When Todd did a live stream where he
Oh, he was actually jerking off on a live stream?
yes.
Oh, Jesus.
How do you think I got my image on my YouTube channel?
Oh.
That's literally that image from there.
Oh, that's him like in the middle of getting down. Okay, I didn't know that.
You're right, boy.
Yeah, Dev Pike, you made a point in the last live stream about the self-improvement for men who are 5s and below, how they have to perpetually self-improve, and if they decide to question the zeitgeist.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you copied me or anything. You probably came into it on your own. I don't really care if you did or not, but I literally said the exact same thing 2 years ago on a forum. I even checked on the forum, and it's very interesting. Even you're noticing this as well, like this phenomenon where if a guy's a 5 and below and he questions the zeitgeist, and
yes, you're eliminated.
Yeah, it's like if you the moment you look around and just question things, you're finished. If you're sub-6, pretty much.
What aspects are we talking about? Are you talking about just like women or what exactly?
I think both, but I think
yeah.
you don't even have to say anything. You just can be stoic, and it can be body language, and even the body language, you're like, like the silent hand, like Jack said before last stream, right? There's a silent hand that says he's out. Nothing's said, but they go against you, right? You're marked as soon as you do the move or a move, even a look, or right.
You mean like if you're not down with like the fake? You mean like the fakeness of society, or what are we talking about?
Well, not approving of every a woman's every move, etc., etc. If a woman does like a move of being a whore or whatever, and you look at them in a certain way.
No, it's just look around you at this society. It's completely fucked up. Like the women are empowered sky high, and you can't question them. And if you do, everyone's going to turn against you.
Bingo.
That's basically it.
I'm just not sure I understand the context. Like, question them in what way? I mean,
what I just said. If they do a move that's whorish or whatever, if they're
acting like whores, you got to pretend like it's normal.
Yeah. If you
I don't know. I just avoid girls like that act like that.
No, but you can't do that at work. No, but no, this happens in a professional settings even.
Oh, you mean when they're being whores at work?
Bingo. Or talking about being whores.
Oh, well, again, I'm definitely don't. I mean, what's the golden rule? Don't fuck with girls at work, right?
I figured out what it is, Steph Pike. What it is basically you're questioning female mate selection, and as a man, you're not meant to do that. You're meant to just fall in line and do whatever it takes to appeal to women. And when you step out from the crowd and question that, you're basically questioning the you're questioning Mother Nature in a way, because you're questioning reality. Like,
Well, my question is,
people-
why do you have to engage a woman? Like, if a woman's being a whore at work, why do you have to engage that at all? Unless they're being a whore at you, which I wouldn't even reciprocate that shit. Like,
No, well, it's more like whorish behavior, like going out. You know, if someone says like you've been out all night or something like that, and you look at them like you're a whore, then it's obviously why they've been out. You're not allowed to do any of that, right? Everyone is praising them going out, but in reality, they're just right. You know what? You know the Blackpool. You know what's happened. They've got railed by Chad, right? And also, there's a subtext that Red Pill was talking about, right? So he says you question female selection, but we all know female selection is benefiting a very small minority of men. So therefore, which also discludes you, probably because you're not. If you're not Chad, which is the majority, right? So you questioning them is a product of you not being in that group, right?
Yeah.
That's in the
Yeah, but
advent.
why am I going to question a whore about being a whore, bro? I mean, it's not that deep. So you decided to go out and be a whore? Like, yeah, I did. Oh, you're slut shaming me.
No, it's
Like-
not. Again,
No,
a
no,
woman
Jason-
it's just all women are whores. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's the
Every
point.
single woman
Yeah,
alive
a
is
lot
whore.
of them are.
They function like
Nuke's
it.
right. Yeah, Nuke's right. JT's is rubbish. What you're saying is like, you're looking for the unicorn, right? Doesn't yeah? Okay, that's 2%. What about the other 98%? Doesn't scale.
The thing is, though, there are no unicorns. I've been thinking
Well,
about this a lot. What it comes down to is what the ideal relationship is. I think all relationships are transactional, but the ideal relationship is where the woman isn't just purely viewing it from a transactional lens. She's got her needs met, but then there's something more to it. Like she actually cares about the man. It's not just purely about having her needs met. Like there's a little bit more.
Has anyone here been in
yeah.
a relationship like that ever?
I've seen examples of them. They're pretty rare.
I guess I just didn't get the idea of like interrogating a whore at work about being a whore. I don't get it.
Not interrogate. All you got to do is look at them in a certain way.
Oh, just look at them like they're a whore.
Disapproving way, like right. Even
Well,
that.
you gotta understand, everything's about body language, man. And
Yeah,
that kind of
that's it.
body language is not appropriate at work. It doesn't matter. Like sometimes you got to hold it in, you know. And
That's true. I can't do that.
well, I would say, especially at work, sometimes you got to hold your feelings in a little bit. You know, you can't just say everything you think, or you know, you can't just express it through body language or facial expression, because you're trying to send a message. The message you're trying to send is "you disgust me." So of course they're not going to like that, and they're going to look. They're going to immediately be like, "Ew, this little fucker's trying to slut shame me. Fuck this little subhuman fucker. Like, fuck that."
Well, it's
but
kind of
you're
awkward
acting
for me. It's a bit awkward for me. I work with a girl who basically I broke things off with, and she's always constantly giggling and smiling at me, and it's just awkward, man. It's awkward. It really is.
Oh well, usually you're lucky she's not pissed, because usually it goes the other way around. Usually she's telling all her little friends and shit. Now they're all fucking talking about you.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, she's trying to like pose as a lesbian. I think she's like LARPing as a lesbian. So she's like trying to.
Oh, that ain't.
It's quite complicated.
Oh shit! You made her into a lesbian.
Well,
Crazy.
I think I basically broke her out of being a lesbian.
You got it wrong. It's Chad sexual, not a lesbian. It's always Chad sexual. Right.
Yeah, well, when she met me, she basically wanted to screw within the first week.
Good
So,
sign.
mm.
So did you hit it?
Basically, I was going to go around her place, and her dad fell down the stairs. And she even showed me the pic of his face all fucked up and busted. So I was like, you got to be
pushed him
kidding
down
me.
the stairs against the woman. Good idea.
Oh shit! Well, you could have still smashed her, and then you could have gone to the hospital with her.
Yeah, you could have helped out the dad, and then on the side, you know.
But yeah, like let's let's do this, and then we'll go to the hospital, and act like that didn't happen.
What?
I'm kidding. No,
Yeah,
she's probably
tried
concerned.
killing
No,
me.
she's probably concerned for her dad. We get it.
They would have tried killing me because she was like 17 at the time. And I'm like
17?
over a decade older than her, mate.
Oh shit! You were
Yeah.
fucking around with a 17-year-old, and you were like, what, in your 27?
Older than that.
Oh, were you like in your 30s?
No, I'm not in my 30s, but I'm very
But
close
you're like,
to it.
oh, okay, and you're fucking with a 17-year-old?
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Every guy wants to fuck with a 17, 18, 19.
No, I'm just saying, there's a clear, obviously the reason why they don't like it is it's not because they're not mature. It's because they're fucking immature, like psychologically, like emotionally. They're not mature.
Yeah, I agree with
stupid.
that to an extent. It depends on the woman.
They're stupid. They're basically kids. Like, let's be honest. They have like a
I don't
childlike
agree with
mentality.
that. I don't agree with that.
That doesn't
No,
work.
I mean,
don't think,
mentally wise, they're stupid. They're like slutty children, basically.
Again, not every 18-year-old, well, she was turning 18 at the time. She's 18 now. Not every girl around that age is going to be in a position to where she doesn't know what she wants or is going to be all slutty. There are women that actually want to meet someone at a young age and build something. Not every 18-year-old wants to just sleep around.
So did you snatch one of those 18-year-olds or 17-year-olds that wanted to build a life with you?
Oh, if I did, I wouldn't be here right now.
Well,
Talking to you,
something went sideways. Yeah.
What she cheated?
Oh no, it was. She basically wanted to just prioritize her friends over anything deeper with me, and she did it with every other guy she dated, pretty much. You could be a Chad, and she would still do it, but it is what it is. Like, I wanted something more than that, and she told me she wanted something more than that, and it is what it is. And I broke things off because I didn't want to be in a relationship with a woman that's always going to third wheel me for her friends. And yeah, I could hit it probably once every, couple of days, whatever. But it ain't worth it. I'd rather just go out to the bar and get laid once a month or whatever.
Well, it's like a 10-year age gap. Of course she's going to want to hang out with her friends and shit. Like,
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying he prioritizes her friends from now and then onwards. So even if I got into a relationship with her, or you could get into a relationship with a woman like this, whatever, they're always going to prioritize the friends over you. And there's nothing wrong with having like, a few days here and there where a woman or whatever prioritizes their friends. It's when they always prioritize the friends over you. That's when it's just not going to work, any kind of relationship.
So were
you're
you
saying it was like you wanted to be the priority?
No, what
right?
I'm saying is, like, at the start, I would be like equal to her friends. Like, we're both like the priority level would be equal. And then after an extended amount of time, eventually you take priority because you're in a relationship with the person. You you're building something with them. You get priority. But
dude, she was 17. You were like a decade or plus older. Like, what are you going to build with a fucking 17-year-old? Like, she's in. Like, what sense of maturity do you expect from a 17-year-old girl? It's not like you. It's not like you and her friend group has anything in common, right? Like a 10-year age gap.
Yeah, again, I don't agree with that. I think young women know what they want and they go after what they want. And the thing is, it's not like she was.
Oh, she didn't want you.
Yeah, but I don't think she was perfectly. Like, I learned certain facts about her later on, and I was like breaking things off at that point because she wasn't. Yeah.
My dog's a Chad.
Your dog's a Chad?
Yeah, I've got a dog.
Every dog is a Chad.
I've got a dog, a greedy Chad. Like,
Every dog is a Chad, apparently.
Well, don't they just run around just fucking whatever they want? Like,
dog pill.
They're basically rape. They're all rapists, basically.
But what I've done is I've done a little experiment. Partly because I like doing it, and partly because it's easy to do. And what I do on my channel is I just post dog videos.
It's a good tactic. I like this tactic. This is genius.
Oh, you take the dog around?
Basically, I just post videos of my guard dog or my Staffordshire Bull Terrier. And I've gained like maybe 200 subscribers within a month.
Yeah, it's working. It's working. Keep doing it. It's working.
Yeah, and it's because
it's just a dog theory. It's brilliant.
But my dog is like, he's like the ultimate Chad, because he will be taken in by most attractive females.
Yeah, I know.
They will give him water. They will take him to the vets, and he basically does what he likes. You know. So
Who doesn't love dogs?
Dogs to men.
Yeah, no, yeah, this is legitimate. It's the dog pill is real. They don't give a fuck about men. Have you noticed that every middle-aged woman has a dog? Right? They don't give a fuck.
Mate,
every single woman has a dog.
I mean,
it's the cheapest way to become liked by, especially
who doesn't like dogs?
Precisely, it's a cheat code.
I was walking through Barcelona one time, and there was this Latin chick, and she had this blue-eyed husky, and she was being stopped, I would say, every 10 seconds by somebody in the street so they could take a photo with the dog.
Precisely.
And you could tell that she preferred her dog to any man. And she said, he's so gorgeous, isn't he? And I said, yeah, he is. He's a gorgeous boy. And
then why didn't you say, why don't you like men straight afterwards?
Well, no. Nice. I mean, I'm a dog lover, so it's kind of like, I wasn't really thinking about her in that. I was thinking about the dog. Her.
No, I'm joking.
But I don't mean to change the subject, but earlier you're talking about looking at a woman with disgust because you know she was being a whore last night, and then wondering why she doesn't respond well to that. Like you can't just give.
Why. No, I don't. I know why she doesn't respond, but everyone is against you at that point.
Well, yeah, they're like, this fucker's antisocial, and he's giving people looks of disgust in the workplace. Like that's not very work appropriate type behavior, you know. See, at work, everyone has to pretend to like each. Well, they have to pretend to tolerate each other at least.
Oh, wait.
No, the women don't do that. They don't even put up the facade. They treat men at work like shit.
They don't have to.
They treat some. So which wait there? What work are you at, by the way? Because every sub 5 or sub 6 man is treated like shit or invisible at every job I've ever been to. Every time.
I never had that problem. But then again, I'm not looking at I'm not looking at how everyone's being treated. I only care about myself. I mean, really.
So you're Spurge?
Not really. I just don't care.
True. That's good to have, but you miss a lot by blinkering yourself like that.
I mean, what other people's that doesn't really concern me, you know. Like I'm not going around looking around. How's this girl treating this guy or this guy?
I don't know. I can't switch it off. Maybe that's my Spurge or whatever it is.
I just don't care, man. I'm there to do my job and fucking leave. You know, like
yeah, we get that.
They
keep going on about work every second.
Yeah, they hate it when you leave as well.
I saw the worst treatment of sub 3s in my life when I was working in Ireland, and
up a pole.
Yeah, there was like this.
That's the funniest story I've ever heard.
Oh, I was working this festival in Ireland called the Electric Light Festival, and it's like a big gathering of people. There's different types of artists, like traditional Irish music, dance music. Everyone's on coke, ecstasy or drinking, and it's quite cold. Like because it's late August and it's in the middle of Ireland. You'd be surprised how cold it is, and when it's like dark, it's really cold. And there was one position in this job where you had to stand on a watchtower, look down on all the expensive camp fans, and every single time, out of the whole group of security guards that were on offer, that they gave this 12-hour shift to, we were standing up in the freezing cold of low pressure rain. It was a sub 3. And I called it the sub 3 death sentence, right? And they put me up there on the first day, and honestly, man, I felt like jumping off. And I turned around to another guy the next day, and I said to him, "Did you actually feel like jumping off?" He said, "Yeah, but he wouldn't kill you." I said, "That's exactly what I come to. It was grass at the bottom. I felt it would give you damage, but you wouldn't die." And it really was like a selection for sub 3s, because only sub 3s were put up there, and it was kind of like a funny experience. It was like the sub 3 punishment that was designed by the people that control the place, just to let them know that this is your place in the world, the tower.
Brutal.
Yeah, but
Only
I don't
know-
think it's that brutal though. I mean, if you're like sub 4, I mean, everything makes sense. It's all based on looks. At that point, you know, you're so unattractive that it all makes sense. But when you're in the like the middle, you're like a 6 or a 7, possibly even a 5. You know, because of the whole. I don't like to use Oofy Doofy. I prefer using Soy Boy because Oofy Doofy is an entirely different thing. It's based upon, you know, like social engineering and Jews and all this crap. And obviously, I agree with the Jewish influence and stuff, but I don't agree with women being like hijacked by Jews, like these people try to say.
What is
Mass,
Oofy Doofy?
I can't be asked to explain it.
Is that like James and Donna?
He doesn't know who they are.
No, I
Oh, he
wouldn't
doesn't
say
know
so.
who they are. That's interesting.
Oh, I do know they are James and Donna. Yeah.
Really? You know the law? That's interesting.
Would that be considered Oofy Doofy? Because I've heard people refer to them as, James Oofy Doofy.
No, because she's old. You know, she's old as hell. I mean, don't get me wrong. She has a nice looking face for an older woman. I have to admit, she has actually a fairly attractive face, but she's an old woman. And I even clicked on one of James's live streams like a year ago, and he mentioned how whenever he would live stream, Donna wouldn't always show up to his live stream. But then when this good-looking man who she was subscribed to, when he would live stream, he would check the chat, and she would always be in his chat.
Wait. Yeah. Can you tell me the name of that so-called good-looking man? What do you think his channel was called?
I can't remember.
Was
But
it
he was really angry about it.
Was it Occupational Click?
Oh, Jesus.
Possibly.
That's the other man? Oh, my God.
wait there, Nuke. Was it Nuke? Was it Occupational Click or was it someone else?
I can't remember. I clicked on it and I just listened to that part, and then he like quickly skipped past it though to like talk about something else. Like he was really bitter about it and like frustrated because even though he's blown his ass over to Australia, he's married her, he's done all of this shit, it can't make up for the fact that he's sub 5. Like, even though that's the thing, a lot of these soy boys or whatever you want to call them, oofy doofies, are being cucked by women as well. If you look at there is data on it. When a woman feels that her man is below average in attractiveness, they're more likely to cheat. They're more likely to cuck him. I'm not saying it's always the case, but it's more likely to occur.
So, Oofy Doofy is like submissive?
I don't know how you don't know what Oofy Doofy is. How long
Dude,
have you been in this sphere for?
I have not been in this.
He's a bit of a troll, so he's not really that invested. There are gaps in the knowledge.
I'm not a troll. I'm just not chronically online. I don't know these terms. I'm sorry.
He's a
Again, mate, everyone's chronically online nowadays. Virtually every woman is.
Okay, I'm not chronically on these.
Means nothing.
Put it this way: I'm not chronically on these manosphere black pill spaces, so I don't know a lot of these words.
Yeah, but you've been on so many lives. I think you are.
Goofy doofy? I mean, okay, context clues, sure. Like, I'm assuming it's just some like goofy, submissive man. Like,
you do realize, right? The manosphere is full of all of the top tier intellectual class on the planet. You do realize that, right? They're all in these communities. They're under accounts that they're basically coming under different accounts all the time. If you actually look into who's, the word choice that they use, a lot of these people are professors. A lot of them are actually very influential people. And this is where the manosphere is the epicenter of culture right now. So that,
I actually believe that.
The manosphere.
We're at the cutting edge of culture, bro. You've got to back off. You've got to.
No, yeah, I could see he's serious right now. I thought he was joking.
No, I am being serious. If you look at the community like LooksMax, you'll see it. A lot of people on there aren't just 21-year-olds that know nothing. I've seen some of the debates on there. I have to really look at what they're saying because these people are, I'd say, professors. You've got different type of.
You tell me a bunch of professors get online to bitch about how they don't get women?
No,
I've got an idea. I've got an idea.
Online to discuss niche
I've got an idea.
topics.
What if there was a degree in black pill? Do you think there will be a degree in black pill studies eventually because it'll become so big that it'll be a subject.
It's a trend.
Yeah, but no, wait, no. Think about it logically. Gender studies was bullshit 20 years ago. Now it's an actual degree. I can see this actually becoming an area, in my opinion.
It can't, because it questions female mate selection. Anything that questions female mate selection will be always
Yeah, but it's like an offshoot of social sciences. It could be like a gender studies kind of bullshit degree.
Well, I say the black pill, yeah, bullshit degree, yeah, because I'm not a black pill. I don't believe that it's just looks. Everything's about looks, and if you're not 6'2" or some bullshit like that, it's over. It's like, no, I can go outside right now and I see a fat slob with a gut, and he's got a wife, he's got kids. I walk past a Chinese place, you know, I used to go in there, I used to hit it up when I was overweight, and the guy who his wife's always behind the counter, she takes all the orders, she answers the phone. Her husband got out of the car. And I thought he was a child, because he had his kids getting out of the car too. I thought he was one of the kids. He was like 5 foot tall. So, I mean, this idea that it's all height, it's all looks, no, it isn't. There's other factors that can overrule looks in mate selection. Okay. That's what I'm trying to get at with my videos.
Okay. So for you, black pill is about why women or how they select men, basically. Is that it?
Yeah,
that's what I believe. But I don't believe in the black pill. I've got my own spin on things.
Well, you don't believe black pill is based solely on looks. It's like socioeconomic factors and other things to consider. Like, it's not just, you know.
Yeah, behavior, etc.
Maybe they want your money. Maybe they want, some security in their life. Who knows?
I'm actually quite black pilled. I would say I'm a hard lookist. And the reason for that is it's not so much that I don't see there's edge cases and all that, and but I spent a long time. I did 3 different periods working in nightclub security, and every single time I saw the same type of thing, and that is that dudes tend to get chicks if they're above a certain look threshold. And I think the debate is centered on whether if you're above the looks threshold, so like you're above it, there's like a sort of invisible line, and no one really knows what it is, but you know it because you see the results. And I think certain people have got like such under average looks that it's almost impossible for them within their own environment to even be taken seriously that way. And in reality, I am a hard lookist. I do honestly believe that certain dudes have such unattractive facial features that it's almost impossible for them to make leeway within particular environments. And
yeah, but also you've got a lot of data backing it up, which a lot of people don't have because of nightclub.
Oh, you mean like women are genuinely attracted to more attractive men than ugly men? That's crazy. Who would have known that?
I mean, exactly. I mean, it's not exactly a revelation, is it?
No, but it's backed up by the fact that you've got this data which you've seen.
Yeah,
it's the same reason why you want what do they call it, a Stacy over a Becky? You want a hotter girl over a not hot.
Not necessarily.
Yeah,
but JT, that's where you're wrong. Men will take anything. The standards have plummeted for men.
Well, then take something. Jesus Christ, you guys act like you're above everything. Like, just go get yourself one of these ugly girls then, if that's the case. Because I don't see anybody doing it.
They want Chad. They still want to shoot for the top.
You're telling me you can't. You're telling me you can't get an ugly girl? Bullshit.
JT is deluded. The 4s want fucking 7s. That's the whole point, Dick.
I don't 100%.
Maybe I can't relate to that because I've never had a problem talking to girls that I want to talk to. So I've never had a problem with that. So I don't. Maybe I don't relate to that, but I've seen it. I've seen dudes picking up all kinds of ugly girls, fucking treating them like shit, all the time. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah. I think you're right, JT. I mean, I think you're right. You've got to have a scavenger mentality.
You've got to scavenge for the bottom. Yeah. A bottom feeder mentality, right?
Dude, they treat them like shit. Yeah, and they like it, I guess. They put up with it.
Yeah, and I I don't like to critique people within the Black Pill space because I think if you critique them too much, what you're really doing is you're trying to make them think like you.
No, it's healthy to challenge someone's ideas, okay, or to add something else. I think that's healthy.
Yeah,
Wait, so you're saying basically the guys in the community should just get with like an ugly chick or a fat chick?
What I'm saying is let's not take that off the table. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but explain to me, how am I supposed to get an erection to a fat bitch? How am I supposed to get an erection to one?
Also,
But nobody said fat. Jesus, like I mean,
Well,
you're not
even an ugly woman, you can't get an erection to one.
What about a mid one? What about a mid one, or one that you like her personality?
Oh, come on, you're not getting mid 18-year-olds, bro. Come on, or 21-year-olds.
18? Why do they got to be 18?
Because everyone wants 18-year-olds, 21-year-olds. Who the fuck doesn't?
JT,
Fucking hell, man.
It'll make the problem worse because you'll make all the men shoot for lower and lower and lower. Where does it get?
It should be even easier for you because if you're going for a fucking 18-year-old, they should be even easier than one at your age. Really?
JT's just a troll.
No, they're not easier. 18-year-olds are in the prime of their life where they have the peak youth and fertility, meaning they're going to be the most pickiest. And you're telling me they're going to be the most easiest?
Dude, no, they're not.
And
They're
I'm an older
stupid as shit.
man.
No,
JT's a troll.
I'm not trolling. No, they're stupid as shit. Do you think they're thinking about their long term? They're not thinking about that. They're not trying. See, you what you want is you want to take one, and you want to like settle down with them, and they're not looking to settle down. Like they want something for fun, and then they move on. Like they're not trying to be long term with you.
They're not just going to have fun with anyone. Okay, you've got to actually visually stimulate them. And not just that, you actually
Well, how
have
fucking
to...
ugly are you? How ugly are we talking about? You people acting like you're the fucking Phantom of the Opera and shit. Like how ugly are you?
We're Quasimodo level, bro.
Well, I ain't ugly for one.
Quasimodo.
Okay, well then you shouldn't have any. You shouldn't have a problem then, right?
Again, I'm not talking about getting laid here on the stream. Okay. If it was strictly about getting laid, I could definitely.
No, you're talking about a long-term relationship with an 18-year-old, and I don't think that would work.
Again, not just 18. And again, what are we going to do? Go out there and get with some old fucking barren maid that's 30 years of age, 35 years of age, who's got
Well, I don't know how old you are.
I don't want to date barren maid. Okay, I want to date a young 21-year-old who hasn't, who's got many firsts. Obviously, she's not going to be a virgin. That's fine, but she's got many firsts, like.
Well, the older you get, the less your chances of that happening. So you know that. Like,
yeah, I know that. But what I'm saying is these older women, okay, they've got mileage, they're toxic, they're ran through, and they have all these expectations. And even then, I'm noticing I'm attracting women older than myself. Like, it's not good. I mean, I don't really want 40-year-old women, leering over me and flirting with me. It's kind of uncomfortable,
Well, that's where you're at in life. So
no, it's not where I'm at. Okay, I can go out and get with 18-year-olds, 21-year-olds. Okay, I'm not saying
you should be getting that. Why aren't you doing that?
Because they don't want long-term relationships, mate.
So they don't want you.
No.
Otherwise, you would be doing that.
They don't want long-term relationships. They're focusing
with you. They don't want long-term relationships with you.
They're focusing on their career. They're focusing on everything other than men. We're simply a side piece to them. It isn't specifically about me. Okay, this is a societal issue that all men are facing right now. Okay, stop trying to put it all on me.
Okay, well then you're gonna have to. You're either gonna have to lower your standards quite a bit, or you're gonna have to accept that you're gonna be alone the rest of your life.
Yeah,
I'll just keep my standards where they're at.
Okay, well then you'll have to accept that you're going to be probably alone the rest of your life.
Yeah, I'd rather be alone than be in a suboptimal type of relationship.
I agree with that. I don't think there's anything wrong. I'd much prefer to be in alone than in a toxic relationship with anybody. Absolutely.
That's why I'm not with that 18-year-old right now, because the relationship would just end in a toxic way. I could have gotten in a relationship with her. Okay, I chose not to. I broke things off because I don't want to be in a relationship where he's basically got all the cards and to be honest, I didn't even really like her that much in the end. I thought she was a toxic fucking.
I mean, what do you have in common with a fucking 18-year-old girl, really?
Actually, a lot.
A lot?
So, yeah.
Care to elaborate on that? What is a lot?
A lot.
You have a lot in common with an 18-year-old?
Yeah. Why do you think I was so interested?
Because she was 18.
No, more to it than that. Imagine thinking a man's just that shallow.
I'm sure it was really deep, yeah, I'm sure. That's why she never made any time for you, because it was so deep.
Look, mate, you're on this live stream and you're trying to attack us. It's like, what?
I'm not
who,
attacking
are
you.
What's your situation? What's your situation?
Dude, why do you feel like that's an attack?
What's your situation?
A dose
Tell
of
us all about
realism
yours.
is not an attack.
What's your situation? You're here
What do you
to
mean, what is my
criticize
situation?
me. Tell us all about your situation with women.
Why do you find that to be criticism?
Because it is. Why don't you tell us about
It's
your
simply
situation?
the truth. How is that
It
criticism?
isn't the truth. You don't know anything about my situation. You don't know anything about in terms of the overall details. Okay.
You just explained it to me. You're telling me that you got all these
many
deep things in
details.
common with the woman, but then she doesn't want to have any time for you.
No, again, it's because women are prioritizing other things nowadays. Okay. And the thing is, women in general don't value emotional closeness with men to the degree that we all believed. And that's the truth.
Emotional closeness.
Yes. What do you think that means?
Usually it's the woman complaining that the man is distant. You know,
No, it's
emotionally.
not. It's actually men who are the ones who want deeper connections with a woman. Why do you think after a divorce, men drink themselves to death on average, and women easily get into another relationship afterwards? It's because men evolved to invest in their mates over the long term. Whereas women evolved to mate switch. Okay, this is in accordance with the facts of evolutionary theory. Okay, get educated on the facts before you open your mouth.
No, like I say, I mean, if she was super into you like that, then you know she would have made more time for you, right? So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, there's actually a bit of it's called a white pill, JT, which is like it's like an optimistic worldview. Like there's something that is good in the future, and you just got to know it. And one thing I noticed was that if you're like a really ugly male in the nightclub, there is a way to get any chick you want. And the thing is that it's what you've got to do is you've got to become king of the dance floor, right? So what you do is you turn up with like a silk shirt, a medallion, and a hairy chest, even if it's like a hair transplant.
You gotta get a hairpiece.
And what you do is you put like a fabricated like big piece down in your nether regions to look like you've got a big piece, right? And what you do is you go to the middle of the dance floor and you do like these dance routines like John Travolta back in the 70s, and they'll start clapping around you, and you're guaranteed to have any woman you want in the dance floor. You could be as ugly as fuck, man. I've seen it happen.
Well, there you go, NR. He just gave you the
you were a
secret.
lookist. I thought it's all about looks, Jack.
No, there's only one case where it works. It's called King of the Dance Floor theory. I've seen it.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Hey, he just gave you the secret, man.
Who are you playing today? What kind of actor are you playing today? So it's who are you playing today?
You don't always take yourself this seriously, do you? I mean, I know there's all some like real serious home hitting shit that you guys are talking about, like, but I mean, come on, you don't ever just like have fun and lighten up.
Yeah, I mean, King of the Dance Floor theory. What it is you've got to hit the right club, and typically, if it's like a soul night in the 70s and you arrive there, you kind of like wear a silk shirt and all that, and you've got to get the medallion right, and then you get to the front of the queue.
Yeah, just look like some greasy Guido, fucking fat fuck, just dancing on the dance floor like you.
Yeah, you could slap your pot belly as well, Jack. When you do it.
You've got to be
What
greasy.
about blue suede shoes? You need blue suede shoes as well.
You need crocodile shoes or blue suede shoes. You've got to be greasy as well. That's the thing.
Blue suede shoe.
The thing is, you do your routine. You take over the dance floor, and once you can isolate them. Then like you start doing your little dance routines around all the hot chicks, and they're like, oh my god, he's so sexy with dance floor, man.
See, they'll tell NR this because he's gonna start doing it, and then you're gonna get jealous of all
totally. Yeah.
Then you're gonna get jealous of all the trim he's pulling.
Because short, hairy, greasy guys are the best dancers, so it's kind of like it's an avenue for that type of male. Like I did try it one time, but I was too big, and
you were too big.
Yeah, you've got to be short, hairy, and greasy to make it work.
Oh, I'm out.
Yeah, it's like the king of the dance floor theory. It's the only thing that works if you're an unattractive male.
Oh. Well, never mind then. You might not want to try that then. I don't know. If you think you're ugly enough to do it.
You've got to be short, hairy, and greasy.
And 4'10".
I would say 4'10" is the threshold. It's between 4'10"
4'10" is the threshold.
It's like you must be this tall to ride, at least. You know?
Yeah, you've got
4'10". What? So there's a bar that you meet, yeah? When you go into the dance floor, if you're over this 4'10" bar, you cannot do the dance floor technique.
kind
right?
of like it's kind of they look at you with a bit of sympathy, and that's like you're a genetic dead end, and then they look at you and think, what's that? What's this greasy little hairy guy going to do? And then fucking does like a somersault, spins around like, what the fuck is this? Yeah? and then he starts like with fake dick around and doing on the dance floor, showing he's got this like 12-inch, like, oh my god, this is what I call a real man. You know? And I've seen it a couple of times. They just get laid all the time, but I say it's,
What? So he's like Yoda dancing around at 4'10", like doing swings.
Yeah, but you know, but he's not going there for a long-term relationship. So
Goes out with all the women.
the thing is that you have so many options then, because like they want you to dance. You know, can you imagine like if you're a short, hairy, greasy fuck, and like you know you steal the deal. She wants you to dance all the time, so it's kind of like you ain't got to work anymore. Like it's nothing to do with being a hunter gatherer. You just got to dance, and she goes out and work for you. Like you do your little fat guy dance, and she comes in the door, you know, earning her 80K.
That's exactly how it works. You've seen that across the UK, haven't you, Jack? Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen it on several occasions. Yeah, it's kind of like you've got to also have like an obscenely big nose. Like I'd recommend nose surgery to make it a lot bigger. So
more regal, Roman nose.
Like a Roman nose, that's sort of like out above your lip.
Yeah, well, there is such a thing though as being so unattractive to where women actually have sympathy for the guy. Like, you know, those type of cases where the guy is like really deformed. They actually do have sympathy for the guy because
that wheelchair guy on YouTube, he's got like a smoking hot woman. You know, what's his name? I can't remember his name. You know the channel.
Wormy and Grubs. So.
Bingo.
Yeah, but I think he's some kind of like sexual assault victim. So he likes being with that guy because she feels in control. Because she's been abused by, I'm guessing, by a man in the past when she was younger, when she was a child, and now she feels that she's with this guy who's in a wheelchair. She has control over him, and you get what I mean?
he was like raped and put in a wheelchair. Is that what happened?
What?
This guy was like raped and put into a wheelchair?
No, I'm saying she is a sexual assault survivor, and I'm guessing the reason she's with him, I mean, that's like an extreme case of like, he's in a wheelchair, right? I think it's because...
So she relates to him like as a fellow rape victim?
Yeah, totally. She does, doesn't she? I mean, they're both, yeah.
It's kind of sick. Hey, it works though. I mean, just go get raped.
Anyways, I'm getting out of here.
Whereabouts in America?
Axios.
Whereabouts in America are you from?
You talking to me?
Whereabouts in America are you from, mate?
You must be talking to me. There's no Americans here. No, I'm actually from. Originally, I'm from the South. You wouldn't know that, but I am.
All right. You're not an American?
No, I am. I was originally from the South, like around Georgia, around that area.
Oh, right. Yeah. Is that so? In America, when you've got these kind of lonely guys, you know, these guys who can't pick up chicks, what have you found is the nuclear bullet? You know, what works for them? Because I found in England it's the king of the dance floor theory. Is there anything in America that works? You know, like something you can just do out the blue that gives you a chance. Is there anything?
I don't know. I mean, here mostly it's about just talking to them. You know, like you can find out real quick if they're into you or not. Just talk to them a little bit. But I find that a lot of these men, they're scared to talk to women. They don't know how to talk to women. They don't know how to flirt. They don't know how to talk to them, and they're wondering why they're being rejected or why they're not getting anywhere with it because they don't even know how to approach a woman, talk to them. So I don't know. Like I don't know what to tell them.
Yeah, I mean, I've never really been a ladies' man, and I come into like the black pill sphere in my mid-30s because I got off the drink and it was kind of like a bit of voyeurism. Like I went into it because I wanted to I'm a bit curious by nature. And once I worked out the system, how it works, and that, I kind of just didn't care about it anymore. It's like my approach to it's a lot less intense than some. I think I kind of like just see it as it is, you know.
Yeah, no, I found it randomly scrolling on live streams. I just randomly found this. I found James, and then I found Matt, and then and I found Pike through Frog because Frog invited me to his Discord group. But yeah, I didn't know much about this stuff. I get where the people are coming from with this. I don't really agree with all the ideology behind it. But I get it. I do. And yeah, because I'm coming at it from a point of view, like I've never had a problem talking to women. So it's like, I don't really get that. To me, it's like if you talk to them,
Yeah.
you know, like, and you could see right away, like if they're into you, like they're smiling, you know, they're flirting. Like, I mean, it's like, I talked to a lot of these guys, like they've never flirted with a woman. They've never talked to a woman. So it's like, what do you expect? You don't know. You don't even talk to women. You think they're just going to come to you? Like,
yeah, it's kind of like the basement theory. Like some guys don't really leave their house and all that. I mean, I don't think that there's like a general case fits all solution. You know, like some dudes can just talk to females and because they're pretty good looking, things work out for them. And other guys, if they talk to a female, you know, they get called a creep, and it's down to
that depends. That really does depend because I could see that going I could see that going either way.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it does tend to be the case. Like I remember seeing this program back in the early 2000s, and it was this Scottish woman. This is when TV was popular. I mean, no one watched TV anymore, but back then people used to watch TV, and there was this guy who was like a male model. And he turned up to a woman's door, half naked, and she let him in. And when he left, she got on the phone to her friend and said, "This gorgeous guy come into my house, and you know, I got his number," that kind of thing. Now, if you got a dude who's got like a recessed chin and a great big nose, and he's like stick thin, and he's got like the grip strength of a gerbil, then if he knocks on the door half naked, she's gonna fucking tell him to go away.
Well, of course, it goes both ways. If some ugly, crooked-nosed old bitch showed up at your house, you're probably going to send her packing. But if it was like some hot model, you'd probably let her in. It goes both ways. The reality is people like things that are more attractive. It's always been that way. Always been that.
That's the only, when it comes to the black pill analysis, that's pretty much the only conclusion I've come to. And there's not really much to say apart from that. It's so simple to understand. And for that reason, I kind of just I just engage with the community just because a lot of people in the black pill sphere have had the same type of problems, and it's just like a voice, you've got a voice amongst people who've got the same problem.
Yeah, I think that's what the appeal to it is. Really, people get together and they get to all share their experiences and commiserate and makes them feel better. Like,
yeah, pretty much.
Really. It's like a big group therapy session that never fucking ends, basically. And that's cool. I don't think it's really... eventually, you got to decide, like, am I going to want to keep doing this, or am I going to actually try to meet a woman? So it's like, I think a lot of people just gave up on meeting women, so they come here to bitch about how they can't meet women. I don't know. Like, that's what it looks like.
It tends to be varied when it comes to how people who enter into the black pill space operate. Some people they enter into the black pill space and they don't want to. They're kind of not really the type of person to try to change their circumstance. They kind of if it doesn't if the world isn't working for them, they kind of accept it, and for that reason, they just want a place where they can talk about what's going wrong. And obviously it's not like the problem goes away, so
yeah, but I don't think it's making a lot of these people happy. It might get... I don't think so.
Well,
I think
the thing is that the black pill space does have a lot of people who visit these spaces, and when you've got somebody who understands where you're coming from, often that is enough because you feel heard and you feel like you're not alone, and you feel like you're in a space where you have a chance of just speaking about the things that are bothering you, and being listened to is a very important aspect of human psychology. So the fact is that these black pill spaces are so ubiquitous does suggest that it does give some people a measure of psychological aid.
But I think it ends up becoming more harmful than good at a certain point. It's okay, yeah, you have people that understand you, but then it's like all you do is get a bunch of people together and focus on a bunch of shit that you don't like. So it's like you're constantly focusing on things that make you upset, basically.
Well, the thing is, it's voluntary. So, like a stream such as this, nobody's telling anybody to go on it. Like if you get to the stage in life where you feel like you've spoken enough about your particular issues, and now you've accepted it and you've moved past it, and you're in a new stage in life where these things aren't important anymore because you've completely changed your orientation, then there's nobody telling these people that they've got to come back. They can leave voluntarily and they can enter voluntarily. So really and truly, it's just a space that people use to express their current situation, and if they want to carry on coming onto these spaces, they can. If they don't, then they can leave.
They don't usually leave though, like because they're like addicted to it at a certain point. Like,
well, yeah, if they're addicted to it, then that's something. They can treat it themselves through looking into that. But it is a voluntary organisation. The Black Pill space is not some type of paramilitary going through the jungles of Latin America, taking people into like these paramilitary groups, and
no, it's just a bunch of nihilistic incels like bitching together about women on the internet. That's what I see. I mean, maybe that's like an oversimplification of it, but yeah, that's what I see. Like,
I'm personally not nihilistic. I'm personally.
I mean, I would say the black pill shit is pretty deterministic, like nihilistic.
I take on a black pill worldview undoubtedly, but I see the black pill as is trying to work out factors outside of your control, which have an effect on outcomes. So I look at it from a different.
Yeah, it's like an incel-focused, deterministic worldview, basically. Like,
but mate, you're American. You've got no right to challenge somebody from England when it comes to understanding. Okay,
I don't know what it's like to live over there. Yeah, I hear it's pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, look, when it comes to looking at things from the black perspective, what you're really doing is you're looking at factors outside of your control which have an effect on outcomes. So it could be in sports science. Why does somebody win a race? Well, it's because they've got more fast twitch muscle fibers. That's the difference in the performance. Why does somebody do better when they're studying astrophysics? Oh, it's because they've got a certain talent for understanding numbers or ratios or understanding like there's something about them which gives them an advantage which is outside of their control. So that's why I take a black pill perspective. It's not so much that I'm nihilistic, because nihilistic means that you see no value in the world itself. I just try to get to the root of what affects a man or woman's performance, and then try to ascertain the limits of their performance from understanding what they can and are possible, what they can potentially do. So the perspective I take is basically just to understand yourself at the most fulsome degree. That's what it is. Self-awareness.
I would say more often than not, I would say most of the people that I see on these spaces are in some way autistic. It seems to be like more than anything else, more than looks or money or anything.
Yeah.
Like this seems to be the common denominator that I'm seeing. They're socially inept or awkward to the point where they're being alienated and ostracized from other people, including women, and they come here. But
I've got a bunch of autistic people who access a space and then like an autistic person look at things, then that is just one reality within a world filled with those different realities. And obviously, autistic people are going to speak in a certain autistic way. Now, if you go onto a whole like to a channel where they're talking about horses, you know, they're typically going to be more against, and they'll be talking about horses. And, you know, you bet you are going to be filled who have the
Is he breaking up? Is it me?
Huh?
I feel like I can kind of not hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Horse pill. TLDR horse pill.
Horse pill?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
I don't always access black pill spaces. I don't actually.
Do I need to? I feel ignorant for asking what the fuck is the horse pill.
No, I just made that up.
Okay, thank God.
Me personally, my interests are varied. Like I like geography, I like martial arts training, I like history, I like looking at politics, I like looking at geopolitics.
I think that's cool. Why don't people talk more about those kind of things instead of just the same black pill stuff? Like, you know, why don't they talk about stuff that they like?
Well, we do. We do. It's just happens that NR come on, and NR was focused on one particular issue. So we were speaking about that one particular issue, which is mate selection with females. But you know, I know Dev Pike and Zenesis personally, and Zenesis. When I talk to you sometimes for hours when I'm working, do I just bang on about women all the time?
No.
Not really. It's mainly about like your work itself you talk about, or what else? Just general like politics. But the woman part is only like 20% of the talks. So
yeah, it's an interest of mine, but it's not an obsession.
I mean, maybe it's because I'm not looking at it all the time. But anytime I pop into one of these places, it seems to be the focal point. Maybe it's just maybe it just happens to be when I pop in.
But that's a misunderstanding of human nature. Human nature is fundamentally passed on your genes. It's a overarching theme that you can't. Trivializing it is retardation. So
a lot of people don't want to have kids anymore, anyway. So there's a lot of what do they call it?
Get it right. Women don't want to have kids. You've missed out the men that do. Again, you haven't understood.
A lot of men don't want to have kids either.
Wrong.
It's true.
Because women don't want to have kids. Right. Okay.
No, for various reasons. I mean, look at the fucking world. Maybe they don't want their fucking kids growing up in a world with pandemics and wars and all kinds of bullshit all the time.
Now you're in the realm of they've been forced to not want kids because women are insufferable. Right. So, which goes
always
back
about
to
women.
Not wanting. Yeah.
Can I chime in for a sec?
No, just
because I wanted to ask JT something. Because you mentioned that you completely rejected black pill, but is there a part of it which you actually agree with the black pill, or do you think it's completely bullshit everything?
Well, I asked several people about what they're considering to be black pill, and they're giving me like different answers about it. So, what do you think the black pill is, Genesis?
Okay, I think black pill is just like it's just realizing that some things are outside of your control. You're basically born with a specific kind of preset, kind of, and not kind of every preset or template not every template preset can gain you success what you want, right? I mean, there are guys out there who want a lot of sex, right? But not everybody can play this game, right? Getting sex a lot, right? I mean, you could pay for it, but not everybody. But there's also this kind of other thing with the economics also problems that not everybody's rich enough to have access to it continuously. It's just basically being aware of kind of what cards you have, what cards you dealt with, kind of, and navigating kind of like this playfield, right? Because
I don't know. They used to call that like determinism. Like basically, there's a certain amount of things in life that are already determined, and you can't really go beyond that. And there are certain things within your control. I think that the black pill tends to focus more on things that they consider out of their control to help them cope with like things maybe that would be in their control. I think a lot of these people, they're socially awkward, and
I agree with you.
maybe to the point of even being socially inept.
Yeah.
And I think that's where they're failing socially. And I'm not saying that's their fault,
Yeah.
but society requires you to have a certain amount of sociability, and a lot of it is very superficial.
True.
And even normal people don't want to engage in that shit. Like, when I say normal, I mean not autistic people don't even want to engage in that shit because it's so fucking fake. But you have to a certain degree, just to function in society. It's an unfortunate truth. I see a lot of these people, they don't want to engage in any of it. Not even, not on any level. Maybe they can't and they don't want to. I think a lot of it is that they can't. Not only do they not want to, but they cannot. They don't know how to. So yeah, then they're ostracized, isolated, and then they come to places like these where they can like air their grievances about society and about everything else. I understand it, and I'm not saying it's their fault necessarily, but I think that their focus is on the wrong things exactly. I think if they were to learn how to socialize better, things would click into place a little bit better for them. But
I mean, I do agree with you. But we call this kind of thing what you describe a mental cell kind of in this space, like basically a person who is actually, they are not ugly at all. It's just their mental problems, and those mental problems kind of like hinders them kind of any success, right? But
I think that's most of it. Not to cut you off, but I do think that is most of the black pill stuff is mental.
True, I do think, especially in this space here, that most people are mentalists, but I do think there are people out there who are genuinely physically so unattractive that nobody would ever, that no woman would even consider them. Like,
That is true, but I think that they're the minority in this case. I do.
True. I agree with you. Yeah. So basically, you do believe, because I wanted to kind of like see if you even believe that there are, because there are people out there who don't even believe that really ugly people can't get anything, right?
I mean, they can, but they're not going to get what what they probably want. Everybody wants something beautiful, and the thing is, beautiful people don't want ugly people. So, yeah, you're not going to get what you want.
Tell the billionaires that, right? With beautiful people, enough money can buy you.
Look, everybody wants someone beautiful, but not everyone's beautiful, and so beautiful people want beautiful people. And
no, you're missing out on money. Too simplistic. You've missed out the money factor.
Which is?
They can buy.
Oh, you keep telling me, yeah, that all the ugly bitches want better looking guys, and that they won't fuck with you, basically. Is that the missing piece?
No, you've missed out the money.
Which is?
The sheer level of money will breach the gap. Jeff Bezos.
Of course.
Bezos. Yeah.
Most of them,
right?
I would say most of the women at a certain point, they're looking for security, which means financial security. So they are looking for that. So it's everything else. It doesn't mean it's all out the window, but really that's what they're looking for. When they're younger, yeah, they're more focused on, looks and all that. As they get older,
Donna and Dumb. Do you think that's the phase Donna is in now?
Yeah, as they get older, they're looking for security. Really. So they're looking for a man that can financially take care of them, because that's how it's always been.
Yeah, I covered this like quite a bit on my channel. What Zenesis speaks about, he's saying that it's looking at the cards you've been dealt, and when you've assessed it honestly, then you can assess what you can do from that position. So I kind of like to think in analogies, like if you've got like judo, for example, right, and when it comes to throwing in judo, nobody's the same because everyone's got different body structures. Like you might have a guy that's like long and gangly, another guy that's like short and robust, that kind of thing. physical differences, and there's different throws that a person can do on average better according to how they're built. So what you do is you look at your own personal circumstances, then you see your options from there. So a lot of the Blackpool analysis isn't after they establish certain ground rules under certain circumstances. As you say, beautiful people want to go beautiful people, and I'm cool with that. Yeah. What tends to happen then is that they look at, well, what can you do from your position to improve your outcomes, and then when what happens then is that they'll go, well, this is what you should do under these circumstances. You should maybe, do
like make the best of your circumstances. Like
Yeah.
if you're an autistic, ugly retard, then try to enjoy what you can in life instead of focusing on all the shit you can't have because it makes you feel depressed.
Well, you could be like an autistic, ugly retard, and then you could find yourself doing something like accountancy, and you've got a gift for accountancy, like you're good with numbers, and you find yourself at the top of your industry within 10 years, and then you've got this massive bank balance and like 2 or 3 properties. You've got into business. And
you're still not happy.
Well, certain things change everything from that position. Then obviously a guy's going to be in a completely different level of reaction. So what would be the right thing to say is maybe that could be possible for you because you're good at maths, you're good at numbers, and you've got a business inclination. Congratulations, you've got a path out of your particular miserable circumstance as an autistic ugly retard. You're going to be now an autistic ugly retard with 3 properties in London and a big bank balance. And now you're going to be quite high social status, so you can use this as leverage, right? So there's not always the case that it's hopeless. You just got to see what is possible from where you start, yeah? And I think that's a healthy way of looking at things. That's what I look at things like,
I agree. I think people should try to make the best of what they have with their circumstances, and improve maybe whatever they. I think again, a lot of it. If you guys call it mental cell, whatever, I call it autism or whatever you want to call it, but I think a lot of these people, they're just autistic, and I'm not saying that as a punch down. It's just a fucking fact. It's what I'm seeing. And the problem is when you are autistic, socializing is difficult, and that they find themselves being socially ostracized, and it's not easy to get out of that. So it's like you not only do you not like what people are doing socially, because I don't like it. I'm not autistic. I was never diagnosed with that shit. I think it's all really fucking fake and superficial. But at least I understand how it works to a certain degree. It's like I feel like a lot of these people don't even understand how the shit works, and so they don't even. Yeah,
I do agree. I didn't know how to communicate with others until I was 25 years old. Like I was in the area. I didn't know what to say, and I was very. I was under average in that area, and it took me a long time to work out how to do it. Like even talk to another person. And I think there are many cases like that within black pill spheres where they just don't know how to do it. But again, that's practice. That's a skill you can develop.
Well, I think to a certain degree it is, but I think there's a cap on that. There's only so much what do they call it, like masking or trying to assimilate or acclimate socially that you could do, from where you're at. For some people, it comes very naturally. For others, it just does not.
No, it didn't come naturally to me. I was probably one of the most socially inept people you'd ever come across, up until about 25 years old. But I joined a church when I was 25, and for the first time, I was in contact with lots of different people, and I'd go to their little church groups, and I kind of learned to talk to them. And once I learned to talk to them, then I found I could talk to others, and then that problem started to subside. But also, I read a lot of books, and when you've got to a stage and you've read, I've probably read 1,000 books in my life, no exaggeration. There's a lot to talk about. So what I tend to do is, in maybe a semi-autistic way, I just talk about the books I've read, and it's kind of interesting to some people. And another factor is that people with autism tend to mix with other people with autism.
That's true. That's where these black spaces are coming from. These online manosphere spaces. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So, my best friend, 1 years old, he's got Asperger's. another friend that I had from London, he had Asperger's. So your male peer group tends to be people with this kind of level of neurodiversity. So it's not really a bad thing. It's just like attracts like. You know, people that are more high energy and all that, they tend to mix with people who are high energy. It's kind of like comparative social mixing.
Yeah, extroverted people like to be about other extroverted people, so forth.
Yeah. And obviously, one of the things that can happen with people who are autistic, neurodiverse, and enter a certain space is that they will study to the death, almost, their situation, and they often do become solutions focused. So I mean, there's many successful cases within the Black Pill sphere of people kind of improving their lives because they've assessed what the problems were in the first place. It's like me, right?
I think most of the problems are social, really. Not all this other stuff that people are talking about. I'd say those are secondary, if anything. Like,
yeah. If you've got social problems down to some form of autism, maybe practicing talking to people on Discord servers it might be a way of you developing social skills. You know.
Yes, but the context matters too. The social context. So, talking to your buddies in Discord is not the same thing as talking to people outside, you know, in the world, because it's different, you know. The context is different.
Yeah.
But I would say it's better to at least be talking to somebody than not talking to anybody. Like.
Yeah. I mean, with females, it's kind of, as you say, if you're an unattractive man, it's kind of difficult to attract women. You know, everyone knows that. It's not really a revelation. But if you do cross the threshold and they give you the time of day for whatever reason, then obviously learning social skills with them females is going to be something that makes you attractive after you.
A lot of them, be honest with you, a lot of them just like being listened to. They like when you listen to what they're talking about, at least pretend to be. Like, yeah, they like it when you pay attention to what they're saying and are like intently asking and listening to what they like, interested in whatever they're interested in. They like that. You know, I notice a lot of men, they'll run up to them and just immediately just start blathering on about themselves. And the woman loses interest because they don't care about that. They want you to talk about them. They want to talk about what they like.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Well, you might have more experience than me. You know, I'm probably less experienced than you because I talk to females all the time, but it's a skill that I developed over time, and I think everyone's got their own individual style, right? So maybe with you, it's listening to them. I tend to just sort of muck around and joke with them and all that kind of thing, but maybe it's different for each person.
I think a lot of times just keeping it very small talk helps. Like initially, you know, keep like they don't want to be bombarded with a fucking essay about whatever you're talking about. They don't usually care about that.
Yeah.
All they care about is the initial interest. Like, oh, I'm into him, he's into me. Let's go do something, you know, or let's. Yeah. It's not that complicated, really. It really isn't. Like you could tell if a woman likes you. Usually they'll be like forcing that eye contact. They'll be smiling. They'll be doing something, touching their hair, whatever they're doing. They're making it. Their body language is telling you. Now, I think, and again, that's where the social cues come in. I think a lot of these people, they're autistic. They're misreading social cues all the time, so they don't know if somebody's into them, if they're not into them. So they're constantly misreading the shit. And
I think there's a case to be made that people with socialization problems due to autism is going to affect outcomes when it comes to a lot of different circumstances, including the opposite gender. So if what you're saying is correct, then a lot of people in the Black Pill space are basically autistics who are dealing with these socialization problems. Then I suppose the thing you could say is, how do they improve their socialization skills? You know? And
I think a lot of it too in these spaces, like these people, they're like, okay, well, I don't have any value as far as my looks or whatever. So what is it that gives me value? So they end up trying to see themselves as like intellectuals or something. And women, I mean, you know, there's a lot of women that are into smart guys, but they don't want to be prattled, or they don't want someone to bloviate at them about shit that they don't care about. Like,
Yeah. Well, everyone's got to deal with life according to where they end up. You know, it's like even a guy that's like, you know, he's got everything going for him. It might only be a superficial level. You know, you don't see him, you know, by himself finding his pants because, you know, something that he doesn't really want to know about isn't going for him. You know, I knew a guy. He seemed like he had everything. He seemed like he had everything. This guy had like a real big haulage company, and everyone looked up to him. He was so wealthy. He had big properties. You know, he had any woman he wanted. He was just a really successful, attractive, high status guy, right? Well, this guy used to dress up as a fucking woman every weekend, right?
Who's that?
Oh, this guy used to dress up as a woman.
That's fine.
And one time his missus come in and she saw him wearing a women's dress, and he had his side piece on with him. It wasn't a woman, it was another man, right? and he was wearing a pair of high heels, and I'm not going to give you the details, but he was the woman in the circumstance, right?
Yeah, he's wearing a dress.
He was the bottom.
Yeah. And then it all got around his social circle. And do you know what he did? Talk about the ultimate turnaround, right? He used to go. He said, "You know what? It's all out now about my lifestyle." So he used to go to work dressed as a woman from this point. Right?
Oh, well, shit, maybe that was probably the best thing that could happen to him then. He's like, fuck it, I don't have to hide anymore.
Dressed as a woman, right? And so you've got all these burly, drunk, like working class tough guy truckers now taking order from a man in a dress, right? And it become kind of ironic. And you know, be careful what you wish for, because you know when you point the finger at a guy, you might be the guy 2 weeks later who's taking orders from that guy, and he's wearing a dress, and you know, and he's the one paying your wages, you know. So it's kind of like you know, life's absurd. You know, one guy's an incel for 3 years, and then he goes to San Jose and becomes a gambler and makes £5 million, and then 10 days later he's laying in a jacuzzi with three Puerto Rican chicks, and everything's great. You know, you just don't know what's around the corner.
Yeah, and then a week later he's wearing a dress. You know, who knows?
No one knows, do they?
That's crazy. But no, I know Pike says I'm a troll, but I think that it's good to have some outside input sometimes, because I think in these places, I do.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I wouldn't. I never considered myself a troll. I don't think I'm a troll.
But you are half troll, also. Do you accept that or not? You don't accept half troll.
No, I never said I was a troll. I mean, people say that I am. I mean, you said I was, but I never called myself a troll. Some people do.
A troll anyway, so it doesn't work either. It's like a robber calling him a robber. Would you say he's robbed a bank? No, you say he wouldn't rob anything. It doesn't work.
Well,
right? What
if someone's calling me a troll, what are the defining characteristics of a troll, right? What do they do? What are they doing? They're seeking a reaction from people, right?
Yeah, you're sinking your own ship here. Okay, where are you going with this? Because you've done this on.
Am I seeking from you guys? Like, thought I was just engaging in conversation, just like everybody else.
What about your argument with Nuclear Redfield just now?
My what?
What about your head-to-head with the nuke just now? Were you not rage baiting him?
Oh, that guy that left? Did he leave because of me?
Connect the dots. And I'm socially retarded. Okay, that's interesting.
Or maybe I'm just being coy. I don't know.
The problem is, in real time is where you know when someone's socially retarded. So this means that you are socially retarded, in my opinion.
It could be. Or maybe I'm trolling right now. Who the hell knows?
But you said you weren't a troll, so it doesn't work again. So
No.
you've got a low IQ, you think I
Well,
can't...
you know, you're saying I'm a troll, so maybe that's what I'm doing right now. Who knows?
You are confirming you are a troll by doing this right now.
No, you're saying you're the one who says I'm a troll. So I'm either a troll.
Rewind the tape. You admitted to being a troll, though.
Well, I mean, if you're saying I'm a troll, I don't know why he got mad.
Yeah, rewind the tape. your conversation with him made him mad because you were trying to troll him.
No, I was actually I was challenging his ideas there, and I guess people don't like that.
Yeah, but some of them weren't legitimate tries. You were just rage baiting him, which is
Not really. Okay, because you want to talk about discrepancies and what he's saying? He's like, "Oh, I have a deep connection with this 17-year-old." I said, "Okay."
Yeah, but everyone in the chat knew that he was. The nuke is off. It's funny. We just let him run with it. That's the whole point. Again,
yeah, well, I don't know that. So it's like an inside joke for you guys.
No, yeah, but anyone from the outside could see a 30-year-old liking an 18-year-old is a little bit off, right?
Jesus, but then to go so far as to say, "Oh, we had a deep connection." Well, if that's the case, then why didn't you stay with her? Oh, because she doesn't have time for you. Well, which is it then?
No,
if you guys have such a deep connection, why didn't she have time for you?
Wait, that's the joke.
Well, maybe you guys. Does he know you guys see him as an inside joke? Probably not.
Wait, that statement alone is insane. So he's already crossed the threshold. He's off his trolley.
All right, let's see what she says. He has to go to Trollax. The first is to say he has nudes of a woman. Well, actually, those were real nudes. You could ask Vegan Doll herself.
That's just backing me up. Go on, Kaz.
I never porn bombed OC stream. That's a lie.
Kaz can come on and defend herself. I want to see
okay.
you
Well,
Kaz.
she did kind of. Okay. Well, let's just focus on the last part she says. But to be honest, I like JT more the more I hear from him. See, you just had to give me a chance.
Kaz is the ultimate troll.
Okay. Well, then why would you want her backing you up about me then?
Do you think Kaz was trolling you at that point?
I don't know Kaz enough to say one way or the other, really.
She's always working. At least one of us is working.
No, I didn't. What did you ask her to come up here?
Yeah. The more the merrier. We need women involved as well. We've got no women. In more than one sense.
Well, it was my woman that told you about the latte art. And I hope that stuck with you.
No, I know. I'm not going to make that mistake again. It was very clear what. Yeah, I agree.
And she said it very simple. See, sometimes you just need to hear from a woman.
Mate, it's true, actually. What is it about? I might get some tips. What is it, this thing?
The latte art.
Don't believe latte art. That's a take home, basically, right?
Okay, so no, it wasn't about the latte art itself. It was about the gesture that you took it. So, can I say it? And if I butcher it, correct me. So, so Pike he's working in I guess a cafe or something, and there's a barista that would make him like lattes with the latte heart. You know what a latte with the heart in it? And I guess and so he started asking himself if she was interested in him because the latte had a heart in it. And how did it go?
It was multiple times. Remember, it was like 10 times or something stupid like that.
Well, yeah. Every time she makes him a latte, she puts a latte heart in it, which is what you do when you make a latte, right? So, so I guess he's thinking like, oh, she's into me because she's giving me a latte heart, and
an idiot. I thought this would occur. Okay.
No, you tell it. You probably tell it better.
See, in Britain, I've given up all hope. You know, I could have a woman like literally knock on my door, semi-naked, with a sign saying to me, "I've been observing you for the last 6 months, and please give me a chance." And I probably would say, "Well, that's some kind of trick she's playing." I'd say I'd kindly just like close the door. So I've really given up all hope. And you know, at least you've got hope, Dev. You know that heart in the latte gave you a bit of hope for a while. You know, hope could give you it can warm your fires against the dark world when everything seems to be.
Well, I agree with that, but then there's also delusion, and I would say this falls more into the category of delusion.
Hope will kill you, as well.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I mean hope can get you through, some hard times until it gets better. But Don't people, there's a fine line between hope and delusion,
Yeah, I think it was delusion. Sadly,
That I think was more on the delusional side of things. And I would say that comes with the social ineptitude of being autistic. Now, I'm not saying you were diagnosed. Have you been diagnosed?
No, I'm not autistic because I literally relayed to you a social dynamic that you yourself didn't see 5 minutes ago with that Redfield idiot.
Oh, I know he was mad. And I know why he was mad, please. Like, now, he doesn't have a right. He doesn't have a reason to be mad.
The nuke is a legend, man.
The nuke is insane. You can see it a mile off, unless you are socially retarded, which I'm.
No, of course he is, but you guys are treating the guy like he's normal. So I had to test the water a little bit.
Yeah, but that's the whole joke.
Well, you got to understand, yes, for you guys, because you already know the context, you're around the guy. I'm not. I'm not around these places. So I don't know if you guys are treating him normal because you think he's normal or because it's like an inside joke. Now, thank God you don't see that as normal. Jesus Christ. Thank you. Like,
as soon as he said that 18-year-old thing, I don't care if you knew him or not. I would have instantly.
Well, everyone here is acting like that's normal, so I'm like, okay, Jesus. Like, I hope we don't think this is normal. Like,
even if I was, I didn't know him from anyone. As soon as that came out of his mouth, I would say, "This guy is out there."
Okay, thank you, God. No, I was actually concerned that you guys might think that was actually normal. See, but there's no way for me to know that because.
No, but at that point, this is the point that you're missing. At that point, you have to understand that we are all then acting. It's obvious that then we're all acting normal
No, that's not obvious because you got to understand. There's no way to infer that because I haven't been around you guys long enough to know if you think that's normal or not. Because there's a lot of shit here that people say that I don't think is fucking normal. That guy was out of his fucking mind, of course. So I don't know if people are just being nice to him just because they don't want to upset him, or if they think it's funny, or if they actually think that that's normal. How the fuck am I supposed to know? I haven't been here long enough to know that. Thank God you don't think that that's normal. Jesus, I'm relieved to hear that. Like,
basically, what Nuke says goes. That's it.
I can see that. No, I'm glad that you don't think that that's normal because
laid down the law and left like the sheriff of the Black Pill, right?
I think he didn't want to say why he left. He left because of me. And I do feel bad for that a little.
Because of me, because he takes things very seriously, and
I know. I told him to lighten up, and he started lightening him up.
Yeah, and his observations are like
gospel.
He's like you know what? He's like a caricature of Pike. He's like a cartoon version of you. That's the best way I could describe it.
That's the sincerest form of flattery. A very sincere form of flattery.
If I was compared to the nuke,
yeah, he's like a more exaggerated version of you.
If someone said to me that Jack Tisson was on the nuke's level, I just don't think I could go above that. That's it. I've literally.
That's the highest form of praise, by the way.
I mean, I don't.
Imitation? I don't think he's doing it on purpose.
You could win the Nobel Prize, and that's okay. You could win the UFC heavyweight title, that's okay. But someone said you are like as smart as the nuke.
Well, he's a prodigy, amongst
he's a world leader.
Well, at least we're on the same page about that. Jesus Christ, I was actually kind of worried that nobody said anything about the 17-year-old. I was like, I'm thinking to myself, either you fuckers think this is normal or this is an inside joke. But there was no way for me to know that. So I was like, I'm going to have to kind of like piss the guy off a little bit to see. Sometimes you got to do that, because obviously you guys are going to tell me it's a fucking inside joke. It'll ruin the joke. So yeah, maybe I am a troll. Maybe. If that's what you call trolling.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of it's down to like cultural differences because like in Europe where I said this earlier, like when it comes to like an American and a British person, in America you come from a more powerful country. It's like a superpower, and it's more of a big thinking place, and it's very competitive, and a lot of people have got big ideas because it's a big place and there's a lot of money to be made. You know, everything kind of happens now. In Europe, somewhere like England, this is a country that's a lot older than America.
Well, yeah.
And what we tend to be like when we're having a dialogue, we tend to try to say things without saying it. We don't tend to stamp our authority too much because it's kind of, you're meant to sort of subtly hint that this is what you think, or you're meant to subtly think this is what you're doing. And it's kind of you have to act in accordance to a certain degree of.
Yeah, I know. The British, they're more about subtlety. The Americans are more brash about it.
Yeah,
but
basically, yeah.
I know. But see, in America here, we have countless intersecting points of views going on everywhere. So it's not. You see a lot of different things here. A lot of different points of views.
America's a population of countries. Every state's a country in itself.
Basically. Yeah, and even within those states, there's different sectors. So it's like there's a lot of shit going on here, like culturally and socially. Like, so.
Funny thing is, I've interacted with a lot of Americans, and I've met some Americans online who I was quite personable with. Like, I started off doing the black pill dialectic. I started doing a black pill dialectic with
dialectic
with a channel called the Mystery School, and they were from like United States. And
yeah, we know.
And they were.
You say we know. You know, you Brits are very you're very long-winded sometimes.
Yeah, very friendly, that kind of thing. But I think there's a common trait in America, and it's kind of a trait of establishing your social dominance, being very strong in your opinions, and kind of needing to win in when it comes to petty arguments that don't really count. And I found it across a broad range of people in America, like Black Americans, white Americans. It kind of is like it seems to be something that is integral because you come from a superpower. That's how people from superpowers behave. You know, they've got this
you think we have like a combative nature about us?
I've experienced it a few times, and from my personal experience, I'll say that it's more combative than they are in Europe. Yeah,
that may be true. That may be true. I know here sometimes you got to be very direct to get what you want. You know, subtlety is not always the best way here. You know.
Yeah, and it's kind of alien to us because we don't like to in sort of particularly the Anglo country like England and Scotland and Wales and Ireland. We don't like to be as full stated. We don't like to be direct. And we don't like to be overly socially cruel because you've also got to understand we're not a gun culture. Like, so like for example, in America, if you're arguing with somebody, you get shot, right? If you're in England and you spoke the way you did in England, you wouldn't last very long because you'll be getting slapped about all the time. Yeah. So it's because you have to face the consequences of how you talk. Yeah.
Are you speaking in general, or are you like referring to me?
Referring to you, mate.
Oh, like I wouldn't be able to speak like so directly with people?
Not face to face in England, no, because we don't like it.
Well, no. See, that's the thing about being online, though. There are no boundaries, really.
but that leads you to the conclusion you're a troll again because you're hiding behind the anonymity.
Not really, because the truth is, society's always going to place rules on you to the point where you can't.
The problem is you're not in a low IQ space. I can see every move you're making.
Well, I'm not low IQ either, so it doesn't really matter.
But neither am I. So you can't fool someone who isn't an idiot. So you've been on other channels doing this, but if someone can see every move you're doing that one, you're doing that one, you're doing that one, it's obvious.
What is it that I'm doing that's so fucked up?
Very down to the nuke, and you've driven him off.
Oh, I drove him off. He drove himself away.
You were the one that was talking to him. There was no one else talking to him.
Okay, so I got to baby this asshole. Why? Because he's into 17-year-olds? No.
We were getting more and more information from the nuke.
What information do you need from the guy? He's into fucking 17-year-olds. He's fucking got delusions of grandeur. He thinks he's a goddamn.
Yeah, that's the point. Where you need to get more information.
What do you need from him? He's a goddamn lunatic. Like, Xenesis, what do you think about this? You've been quiet the whole time.
About nuclear weapon?
Yeah.
It was genius. Someone talked with him. Obviously, he has autism or something like this. Yeah, I mean, I'm not from England as those two. I'm from Austria, but the culture here is very similar to the British people. So we really communicate more in covert way here, Istanbul, right? We don't really confront stuff, right? It's all about like being polite and saying stuff in between, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like with yeah, I would have never called out nuclear weapons, right? Because this is how I grew up with environment wise, right? I just would have like thought to myself, okay, this guy's crazy, but move on, right?
My concern is that people here thought that was normal. Thank God you don't.
But that's how good at acting we are, right?
Well, no, I mean, apparently this has been an ongoing inside joke. So, I mean, your silence is, it's everything. So
no, we just know of the nuke. We don't know him intimately. We just know of him. So, but it was.
Where do you know this guy from?
Well, it's just online, but it's obvious from the output that he's. You heard him.
Well, yeah. Well, some people would say the same thing about some of you, like that you're fucking crazy. Not as crazy as that guy, but.
Well, there's levels to it.
Yeah.
And it seems to me that the normies and or that's an overused term, but any opinion counter to what the normal narrative and women is what you just said. Everyone labels it extreme, but it's not extreme.
Well, again, it depends on depends on the person's point of view, what they consider.
That's the point. And also, you're then putting yourself up as the arbiter of what is and isn't normal, which I don't accept.
No, that's the thing. That's the whole point that I'm making. No one person decides what is normal or not normal. Like,
so how do you make the judgment whether he's in the extreme or not?
Oh, because what he's saying is fucking insane, of course, according to me. So if I think it's fucking insane, then it's insane to me. I don't get in society would say, yeah, it's not normal to fucking go after a goddamn 17-year-old. It's a 30-something-year-old.
But then you've gone into the realm of this strange thing where, like a 10-year age gap is huge now. It's overblown.
My last girlfriend was 31. And
bingo, there you go. See? Yeah, but
I think the older, it's not necessarily the age gap itself.
No, but Sean hits the point. You tell that to the to a normie like a woman now, and they will be up in arms. He's fucking okay. Ask this about 20. Ask this a 35-year-old man and a 25-year-old woman. The normies would go up in arms. They'd be like, "That's unacceptable. It's a 10-year age gap."
Well, no, and I would say that's why it's not specifically about the age gap. It's about the actual, rather than the age gap. It's about how young the girl actually is. So 17 is obviously a lot less mature than 25-year-old.
Yeah, no, I'm saying there's this hysteria where a 25 and even a 25 and 30.
I think that's stupid. No, I think there's a big difference between 17 and 25.
I agree with that, but what I'm saying now is the normies are so retarded. It's so leveraged towards the advantage of women that gap is now seen as, hang on a minute, there's something wrong with that bloke, right? If that bloke,
that's stupid because they're it's missing the point, and it's missing the point on purpose. Because if a woman, like if a 25-year-old wanted to get with a fucking 35-year-old, she wouldn't be seen as the bad one there. It'd be the guy's a creep. Well, what about the girl?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's just a 10-year age gap. And
stupid bullshit.
In the past, it's was accepted, and also the reverse age gap is like, yeah, Queen, right? If a 35-year-old woman gets it, that's okay, but you flip it over and suddenly, hang on a minute, the guys are fucking right.
Well, if you rewound the clock back to like, you know, say the 1950s or 60s, it was a very male centric, you know, white male centric. So it's like, and nobody had a problem with that at the time, and now everything's like flipped on its head, and it's like more catered towards minorities and women, and now there's a problem. So it's like nobody has a problem when it's not being done to them, which is natural, you know. If so, but then suddenly when it's being done to them, then there's a fucking problem. Like, so it's like, you know, white males didn't have a problem with the shit back then when everything was like catered towards them, but suddenly now it's a fucking problem, you know. And I get it.
I don't buy that, because men had to work their ass off to get what, but that's
I mean, not really. You could say like a guy could literally work a factory job out of high school and support a fucking family by himself. You can't do that now.
Yeah, he was still working though. You've removed that element of it.
Well, yeah, he was working, but the point is,
and also the woman wasn't working, by the way. So she
that's
was
what I'm saying. He could support a household by himself. That's not even possible anymore.
But you're missing the dynamic of it being a one-way street. But the woman was in the advantage because she wasn't working. She was in relative.
Well, yes, and I think a lot of them actually preferred that. They wished it could go back to that way.
Go to the original point. The original point was that you were saying it's flipped and it's in their advantage, but it's not, because they still had the woman had an advantage then and now.
Well, yeah, they didn't have to work.
But no way. The men had an advantage then. They have fuck all now. The women had an advantage in both eras. They had leisure then, being kept for. Now they're in the complete ascendancy. Where's the male advantage now? I want, as me and Sean say, if we've got male privilege, give it to us now. We want to see it. We want to feel it. It doesn't.
I don't see any male privilege in this.
Precisely. So what I'm saying is, the women had the advantage then. They were catered for. They were kept for, right? Yeah. They had an advantage back then. Now they definitely have an advantage. Men had an advantage back in the 50s when it was more patriarchy. Where's the advantage?
Well, a lot of them don't want to work, and
right.
they.
But there you go. So there is no advantage. So it's not an equivalency.
Well, the problem is they kind of fuck themselves over too. Because
your example's crap. It's a Marxist rubbish example of the white man back then.
I'm saying they kind of fuck themselves over too, is what I'm saying. Because a lot of them, they actually wish things could go back to the way they were, but that's not possible anymore. So now they're stuck hating on men because they don't want to work.
My dad was born in 1951. He was born in London, and I remember him as a kid. He had me quite late, and I remember him as a child. And he was like really alpha, my dad, and he kind of used to like do whatever the fuck he want, you know. And things were easy for my dad, and I think when you're in a different epoch, it's the same thing as the black pill, you know, like you've got certain black pill realities, and I don't look at the black pill from just looks. That is just one mode of analysis. You know, I look at it from every perspective, and it's just simply to me, the black pill is factors outside of your control that affect outcomes. It's simply that is it. And there's like a cultural black pill, an environmental black pill. It's like the which is outside of your control, which is the culture of your time, the zeitgeist, right? And I don't think this is a bad time. This is a bad time to be alive when it comes to getting ahead in life. You know, when I used to work in clubs, and there'd be youngsters. They'd say the same thing to me. Like, I'd be standing by the door, you know, letting people in, giving them tickets and all that kind of thing, and checking if they've got drugs. And they'd come and speak when they were drunk, and they would say the same thing to me. You know, I don't think I'm ever going to get a house. Or they'd say to me, do you know what? I work 6 days a week and I've got no money. And they all kind of thought that things were better in previous generations. And I met one guy I met one guy one time. I was working in this bar, and he used to come and speak to me. And he bought me a packet of cigarettes, which were worth about £20. It's quite a bit of money in England. And he said that he identified the problems early, like he was a really smart person. And he said I knew that if I did what everyone else did, I was going to be the same as them. So what he did was he got into investing at the age of 12.
Whoa.
Old man. So by the time he was 18, he already had capital.
Oh, Matt's in the back. Matten's in backstage. Not to interrupt you.
Yeah, and he kind of like he was like 23 years old, and he had like 3 properties, and he was opening up a nightclub. And you know, certain people.
Is that really him?
They can make the best of the
Matt.
way.
Hey, that's him.
Certain people are victims of it, and I think it's just a mindset. You know, I mean, look at it this way, right? You've got just talk about economics, not talk about anything else, culture, race, whatever, right? Religion. Just talking about pure economics for just for one point, right? There's billionaires in Africa, like sub-Saharan Africa, which is effectively the poorest region of the world. You've got people people running around in Uganda who have got like £20 million and that, and they've got like mansions and shit.
Idi Amin.
Yeah, Idi Amin. Yeah, you'd be one of them. But you've got this thing that you can't really blame your environment when you've got billionaires walking around in Africa. Yeah, it's kind of you have in the end when the rubber hits the road, you've just got to accept the circumstances you're in. You know, I don't know what I say. You either try and change society or you adapt to it. Yeah,
that's true.
It pretty much got 2 choices: change, and you try and change society, which is politics, or you try to adapt to it. And if you're not going to get into politics, you've got to adapt to it. And there's billionaires walking around in Africa. Next question.
JT,
is my microphone working?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Barely.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
What'd you say, Pike?
Where do you live in America? What state are you in?
Oh, well, I was recently in California.
You're in hell. Okay, that's interesting.
I actually like it.
You're in the reddest state.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying I agree with all the politics, but
You've
yeah,
got some very strange laws in that place.
There are things I like about it, though.
Well, the massive house prices. Okay, so what is there to like about it?
Well, it's actually like a very beautiful state. There's a lot of stuff to do.
Yeah.
Are you in California, mate? Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. Oh, yeah, no, LA is a total hellhole, though. That's very true. I like that comment.
How do you afford to live there?
Well, the average pay is higher here, so.
Yeah, but what? Wait there. No. Yeah, the average pay. What job have you actually got? Because
Well, yeah, the cost of living is higher, but so is the pay. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but it really does depend on what you do. Because I mean, you say the average pay, but then I mean, the house prices are in the millions. So even if you are paid, let's say, I think the minimum wage is like $25, so it's really good, but it's not. That ain't gonna pay for. It's just not enough. You have to be in the fucking. You have to be working for Microsoft or Adobe or something.
Oh well, I'm not living in California anymore. Anyway, I was just recently.
Precisely because you've been driven out by the price, right? So where are you working? Where are you living now, then?
No, it wasn't actually. It was for work, actually.
Of course, it was. But so if you could afford, why wouldn't you be there still?
Well, it's because my woman, and where my job took me.
That's fair enough. Whereabouts are you now, mate?
Actually located. Well, do I have to tell you?
No,
I'm not gonna say where I am, but I'm not in California anymore. Put it that way.
Oh, cool. That's cool, man.
Yeah, but just tell us proximity. Are you in the south? Where are you?
Yeah, I'd say like in the west. Put it that way.
Midwest, Chicago.
Not Midwest. More like Southwest.
Southwest. That's interesting.
my geography's pretty bad to that extent because I always think of Southwest as
Where?
like
So, what? Arizona?
No, not Arizona. But again, I'm not. If I wanted to tell you the state I was in, I would just tell you.
That's the problem. I mean, so no, yeah. So is it like the Four Corners, right?
Yeah. What do they say? Like the Four Corners? No. No, I'm in.
Okay. Don't worry. You don't have to be specific. But anyway, that is a nice neck of the woods. But the California situation is really, like I said, like I said before, every state is a different country, right? They got their own rules. It's interesting.
Yeah, they're very different from state to state. It's true. Aiden, get your ass up here, buddy.
Yeah, well, where's DBF gone?
Oh, I don't know. I think he was at work.
No, no. DBF is he's quit his job. It's awful. The job was shit. The people. It's the same sub 5 treatment. Yeah, it's.
Oh, that sucks.
The same problems that we always get, but you think they don't exist or whatever.
Aiden, everybody's getting along. You should come up here. I never thought we'd get along. You used to hate me.
How? So wait there. How do you? This is like a blue pilled stream. So how do you actually? Oh no. Do you actually? Do you actually cope? What are your main copes? This is the coping stream, basically.
don't lose hope. Don't be a hoper. Be a coper.
Yeah,
like, is coping like what are your hobbies? Like,
yeah, I'm a big time coper, mate.
You cope for the rope, right?
Yeah, I notice people talk about coping a lot. Like,
what's your strategy for coping? Is there an overarching mastermind strategy for coping or not?
what exactly am I coping for?
He's not. He doesn't need to.
Because
cope.
everything's complete.
He's got a good job living in the southwest of the United States of America.
No, I mean I've got a good. Like I say, I really can't complain. I've got a good job. I've got a good woman. I'm happy. You know.
Yeah, it's cool, man. Then he doesn't need to cope. He needs to teach us.
Like, are you asking what I like to do? Like.
Yeah. What would you like to do, pal? What do you like to do, mate?
He's silent. That's funny.
You can hear me now?
Silent. So the answer was trolling on internet boards, right or wrong?
Oh, I thought you could hear me. Can you not hear me?
No. What do you like?
The horse whisperer, the troll whisperer.
Mate?
Yeah, I just said like I'm happy. Like I don't need to cope. You know, like.
That's good. I mean, all right. Do you know what? There's a species of person who goes like. I've got a friend who lives in Uganda, right? And there's like people who go to like the poorest parts of Uganda, like Kampala, and they like to go to this place where everyone's impoverished and feel better about themselves because they've got a few quid. And that's kind of good for. That's kind of like a way of boosting your self-esteem, right?
That seems pretty fucked up.
Well, yeah, but that's kind of like how certain people need to boost themselves. You know, I kind of like I need to cope, yeah, and my cope at the moment is I'm kind of like getting into music and that, you know, getting into singing. You know, because I think that I can get out. I can become like an international superstar if I get a good enough singer. Then I might be able to move down to the southwest of America and do as well as you're doing. You know.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
How does Pike? How do you cope?
My microphone's still fucked, I think.
There you go. We can hear you.
Oh, really?
So how do you cope, Pike?
Danny?
Hello?
Daniel.
How do you cope, Danny?
How do you cope?
Me?
Yeah.
Why was I? What? Wait, you spun it around, and I'm the one on the receiving end now.
Well, it's a question, right? It's a fair question. You asked me how I cope. I'm asking you, how do you cope?
I'm probably bad at coping.
You're bad at coping?
Why are you bad at coping?
I can't switch off.
Are you saying you can't cope?
Probably not the best guy for coping. Sean knows this. Sorry, Jack knows this. I'm very
Neurotic?
I'm probably serious quite a lot of the time, but I'm not quite on the nukes level.
No, that's why I say he's like a softer version of you. He's like, yeah, like that guy took, like your neuroticism is like on a 7 or 8. His is like on 11. Like,
yeah, but he's deluded. He just makes scenarios up. He may have not had any of the girlfriends he's talking about. So I don't have that element, but I'm just not very good at coping, like, because I don't really buy the blue-pilled media.
So nothing makes you happy?
I might have anhedonia or whatever it's called. I'm not sure whether I have that because that's an edgelord kind of thing. But I cope with exercise mainly. That's my main cope, but it's not a very good one. But
like you don't have any hobbies or anything you enjoy doing in your spare time?
That is it. The exercise, the cycling, weight.
That's not a hobby. That's
what is it? Also,
I don't know what you call that. That's more like self-maintenance. But like, what do you do for enjoyment? Like, what do you do for fun?
What do you, accountancy? No, I'm joking. No, I like movies and books and stuff, but it always centers on the obvious themes, the similar themes. So.
You're just obsessed with this black pill stuff.
Well, not black pill, but it's about human nature and all this kind of stuff. But I'm not very good at switching off from it.
Yeah,
but
Danny, you should get singing, mate. I mean, I was doing it a few days ago. I was driving back in my van and I started singing a bit of soul music, like on the way back.
Yeah, but you've got a good voice.
Honestly, when I got through the traffic lights, I was neck and neck with the singer, and I was thinking to myself, I'm going to make it, mate. You know.
Sean? Sorry, Joe. Why don't you hit record when you're singing?
Yeah, I should do. Make a sample of it.
See what you and send it off to Black Pill Records. Yeah,
well, yeah. It's like you know.
I'm going to make a new I'm going to make a new record company, Black Pill Records, and you're going to sign up.
I'm going to set up a band because of my sub-5 face called the Balaclavas.
Balaclavas! That would be brilliant. The Balaclavas would be number one. Imagine if the Balaclavas are number one in the UK chart.
Yeah. A bunch of sub-5
do a duet with Savvy Guy.
Savvy Guy. The Balaclavas, two older men in a van singing.
Yeah,
what are you I think
the first song, for the Balaclava should be "Ain't No Sunshine When She's Gone." Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Yeah,
it's number one.
Number one.
The problem is it's topical because everyone knows there's lonely men. So it's topical because everyone will jump on the bandwagon.
I know the funny thing is
Black
people will hit because once if we keep our balaclavas on, we'll be like huge amounts of traction on YouTube, and we'll make millions. And then our second hit, we'll actually take the balaclavas off. And we'll just get scolded in the comments and won't get any more deals.
You're like a one-hit wonder. You're the epitome of a one-hit wonder. You don't have the success. You can't have the success because you face really. And the halo is so strong. You go to number one, it bombs out the chart.
Brutal.
And after I complete the song and that, yeah, my last words in the song is, "Oi, Nuke, put that in your pipe and smoke it."
You get to number one. There ain't no nuke when you're gone. Yeah? There ain't no nuke when you...
Too much fun.
No, I'm just relieved that you guys didn't think that was normal. God, I was gonna say, wow. The
Matt,
17.
do you think the first song should be Punching Air by the Meanies or the Balaclava?
No, punching down.
Punching down. Brilliant. Punching down by the
Punching down.
Punching down by the
on the third song could be I haven't got a micro dick, but it doesn't matter anyway.
I never used it. Oh, fuck yeah.
Brilliant. The Balaclavas take over the UK by storm.
The Balaclavas. I might actually do it as a joke. I might actually get like I might actually set up like a band called the Balaclavas. I'll pick you up, Danny, where you down where you live near the south west of England, and then we'll run a sample. The first song, the Balaclavas. Obviously, when we take our masks off and we take our Balaclavas off, we're not going to get anything, but it doesn't matter.
You get deported. No, you get deported as soon as you take off your balaclava.
It's like you let America with your balaclavas, but you're not letting when you take the balaclavas off.
Oh shit! Too much.
Too much.
The Normie punch down by the balaclavas.
The punch downs.
Wait, but wouldn't talking shit about normies be like punching up?
No, it's the Normie punch down.
Yeah, that's the Normie's always punched down on yeah.
Sub 5.
We're basically, you got to understand my American friend who lives down the southwest. You got to understand, we're basically Spurges. Yeah, we've got fucking Asperger's, right?
Yes, I've gathered that much. Yes.
Yeah, we find this shit funny, mate. Yeah, we actually find these kind of things funny because we're obsessive, and we have this one-track mind, and you wouldn't be able to understand it because you don't have that one-track mind. You don't have that obsessive thinking. So you're probably going to think, what a bunch of fucking weirdos. Yeah.
It's interesting though. Say in it.
In it. In it, Gav.
Yeah, my problem is that I've heard normies and they're not funny. They've got nothing. They've got no, like JT.
Oh, I'm not trying to be funny.
Yeah, so where is it?
No, I'm not trying to be funny.
No, but try to be funny.
I'm not a comedian.
Bingo, there you go. So you prove my point. The point is that the Spurges, if they are Spurges, are funnier than the normies.
Well, I mean, I think it's normal that you guys are going to find your humor funnier than like.
That's true.
No, that doesn't work.
Well, yeah, because it appeals to your sensibilities, as where like somebody else joking about something different you probably wouldn't find that funny.
No, I've interacted with normies.
Most women are unfunny. Name a funny female comedian.
Bingo.
Comedian.
Who?
A female comedian? Women are funny.
Name a funny female comedian.
Who doesn't punch down on men? As the punch of the.
Well, they're always joking about their smelly pussies and stuff.
Who does that? Jesus.
By the way, also
they all do.
Also, normal people, normies. The joke is always punching down on someone beneath them. It's never a joke for the joke's sake. Like the balaclava doesn't. That's not an ad hominem on anyone. The normie's joke is always an ad hominem on someone, punching down beneath them. That's the joke.
Yeah.
And then JT's laughing. That wasn't even a joke. See, that's the point. They haven't got any humor. Their sense of humor is absolutely fucked.
I didn't make a joke.
He's literally at a retarded level. You're not able to fucking process the joke. That's the problem, by the way, pal.
The balaclava?
Cognitive ability is not.
No, I'm just not an autistic, neurotic incel. I'm sorry.
That's the point. Now you're throwing at homonyms with nothing behind it.
No, I'm just being honest.
It's crap.
I got diagnosed with neurodiversity as a 14-year-old, and they tried to put me on Ritalin. I am neurotic, and I would classify myself as a local cell because I've actually. How many girlfriends you got, pal? The American. How many girlfriends you got?
What, is it normal to have more than one?
Yeah, mate, I've got 12, my friend. Yeah, I've got 12 girlfriends.
Now he's getting ready. He's getting hammered from all sides. How does it feel?
What a
And
Chad.
I've actually, in my autistic way, managed to schedule them into different categories. So I've
Wow.
got one who's like into business, and we talk about business, you know. And she's, I can't diverge details, but things are happening in the background that are changing the world. And then we've got, I've got one in another country, Nigeria. And we talk about other subjects, and then I've got one who lives in another country, and I've got loads in Asia, a few in Europe, you know, and I've even got one in your country actually that I do speak to every now and again. And,
Wow.
And what I did was I worked out that the smartphone is not just somewhere where you can go on and look at YouTube videos, or or look at naked women, or whatever you do online. It's actually an international portal. So what I've been doing is going to these different countries and talking to these women and that. And I went from being a guy who was getting, the proverbial sand kicked in his face. This guy who was right on the periphery of society to now being an international playboy. And it basically just took place when I realised the power of my phone. So
The Smiths, international playboy.
So this is my journey. This is my journey, and I kind of think to myself now when I'm talking to normies who've only got one girlfriend, I'm like, bro, man, I've got 11 more than these people, and I kind of feels like now I've got to give them advice, And before,
Jack, you're punching down on them. Jack, stop punching down on JT, right? Just stop punching down on him, okay?
Oh, is that what he's doing?
Stop punching down on him.
It was so British. I was like, I was having a hard time understanding it.
JT doesn't like when the punch down occurs on him. That's the problem.
Yeah. The thing is with the Anglos, the Anglo people, we have got a reputation of being a little bit
superior.
Yeah, a little bit too reserved, and we can't really deal with the cultural supremacy of other nations, so it becomes very difficult for us. So what we do is we tend to just go on the phone and just pick up all these chicks around the world as a compensation. But the thing is, I'm trying my best now to ride it in a bit,
Colonising all these women.
Yeah, maybe in the future I'll stop doing it. But that's my solution, man. My solution out of my incel hell, it was to get on the phone and just like pick up chicks, one by one. I do it through the alphabet. I started in Angola and I'm ended in Zimbabwe. Do the maths.
He's going through
are you planning to meet any of them, Jack?
I do. Do you know what? I mean, this is like personal details, but I've got one of these women, and she's thinking very seriously about coming to the airport, and I'm definitely going to pick her up if she arrives.
Nice.
So,
Where are you finding these women?
various those social media platforms, dating sites, just off places like Twitter. I just message, we get talking, and then nature takes its course. And I'm not a good-looking guy. I mean, if you saw my face, you'd probably never come back to this channel again. But
they've seen it though, right?
Oh no, I reckon Jack's ruggedly handsome.
All right. The thing is, my American friend. I'm known to send pictures of my piece. Yeah.
BWC.
Right? BWC, and the thing is, that it's like got to the stage now where they're like the last photo was like, wow, oh my god.
There we go. That's it. That's the selling point.
Yeah.
The power of the BWC is.
She said to me, all your brains are 2 inches below your waist.
Right. You haven't shown her your face.
Doesn't matter. It's about the BWC.
That's where it's. By the way,
it's the sheer scale of it.
By the way, my American friend Joe, the Australian here, he's an Anglo too. Yeah, Anglo, oh man.
Sorry.
You're an Anglo, aren't you? Deep down.
Yeah. Yep. All the way down here. Yeah, it's not much going on down here. Pretty dull.
You're an Anglo.
Yeah.
Down under.
Yeah.
You get us, don't you? Even though you're Australian, you get what we're like, don't you? Because one of us. You understand?
Of course. Well, there's a lot of Brits here already. There's a lot of you guys have moved over here. I grew up with most of my friends were English. Like I was playing as a kid, playing football with them, watching English television, all that. So I get the English culture.
And one American.
Yeah. Where'd he go?
I've had so many problems with Americans online, man.
Yes, we got rid of JT. You chased him out.
Why? What problems did you have, Jack?
Oh, mate, like I've had like conversations with Americans quite a few times, and they've always been quite predatory. Like,
In what way?
I think it's because they're a superpower, and they think
Yeah.
anybody that they talk to outside of America is beneath them.
I feel like I've been there 3 times. I love America. I like to live there, but the impression I get is like there's no other country but America, like according to them. If that makes any sense. Like, the world is America,
So you could say they're Nazi. Nazi?
Not really, but I don't know. It's just like America's so all-encompassing. It's just like it reminds me of that Rammstein song. We are living in America. Wunderbar. Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
Like the whole world's America, and pretty much it kind of is really. I notice it here. Maybe it's with myself too, but like the younger generations, they got like this mix here, like a mixed like American like accent, like hybrid English American. Australian accent, but then I hear it like all around the world too. So I don't know. It's that to do with the internet or just it's Zoomer accent. I don't know.
It probably is that, mate. It's. I think the hatred for people that are incels within the West is so high. Like, the moment you say that you are a low status male who is on the edge of society and can't get any
cannon fodder.
for that.
Yeah, you're cannon fodder.
You're automatically thinking like a person who you can speak to however you like and feel like you're doing the right thing because these people have been dehumanized to that level.
Yeah. But I think the negative connotation too is like the shooters like Elliot Rodger. Who's that Canadian? He ran over people with his truck, and there's been that the one in England too. He thought he's the Terminator or something.
Davidson.
He was, Plymouth.
Yeah, but I think that's the problem because it's just like they automatically like assume like misogyny, like shooters or killers and shit, and like obviously that's a very minute portion of the incel population,
True.
Yeah.
So
the fact is, you've got maybe 10% of British males are incels.
Yeah.
There's been one shooting. So, you play the ratio, that is a very low quantity, but they will use that as an example to demonise you and all that. But
Manassian was the Canadian one. Alec Manassian.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like I don't know, when I meet women, like I don't outright tell people I'm a loser, but like I just tell people Normie's my situation. I said I've never had a proper girlfriend, can't get laid without paying for it, this is my predicament, and like it's not entirely my fault.
DBF, what about your past? We've heard things that you were like a Chad in the past. Was that true?
No, I've had like near girlfriends, like maybe it lasted 2 weeks or something, but I wouldn't say that. Like
people say you show pictures of yourself when you were in your 20s and 30s, and you were.
Frogler categorized me as a Chad Light. Like I don't know, like not talking myself up or anything, but like I got told I was a good-looking guy when I was young. I still kind of like get it occasionally now, but I was too shy. Maybe it's, undiagnosed Asperger's, which I don't particularly believe in personally myself anyway. But I was pretty shy back then,
Yeah, but you travelled as well. That means you're not shy.
Well, that took a long time to overcome because I didn't start traveling till my 30s, like early and mid 30s. So
Okay.
I was really scared of traveling beforehand, and it's a lot easier now with the internet. You can just book everything via your phone. But I found it kind of scary back then. But as I went on, I didn't give a fuck. And now, the point I'm at now, that's why I'm not worried if I'm not working or, I lose all my money and I'm out on the street. It wouldn't be nice, but I just really don't give a fuck because from traveling the world, I realized, you can always escape your problems in one way, shape or form, So if it gets too hectic, I can just book a plane trip. I can come see you guys in the UK. I can go to America. I can Chris McCandless Max go fucking expire out in the Alaskan wilderness. I just realized, after working in metal fabrication, being a welder for a decade, just locked into this normie lifestyle, working long 12-hour days. I thought that was it. Well, if I lose my job, I'm fucked. But after traveling the world, I'm just it's so freeing. Traveling is so freeing, and it's you realize there's this big wide world open out there, and then you can get lost in it if you want to, But most normies that don't have that luxury because they're married, they got the mortgage, they got their children, their responsibilities. They can't. They could if they wanted to, but they can't really do that because their responsibilities. So
yeah, definitely. Do you know what, DPS? I broke out of a black pill level of absolute despair because I started traveling.
Yeah.
And when you're in England and you're basically limited due to situations that I've described a billion times on my channel, and you go to a new place and you automatically are in a better position. For example, when I was going to them Latin cafes in Spain.
You're the king of South America.
Yeah, and you kind of just break out of that level of thinking because you realise that the world's a big place and not everywhere is the same.
Yeah.
And I'd recommend that for anybody. If you really
I do too.
if you really are in a situation where your local area, you're the lowest status of the lowest status males and all the rest of it, I would recommend trying it at least.
Yeah, I agree.
It will completely change your perspective and you kind of realise that in a way there's not a problem with you. You're kind of just stuck somewhere where you just don't.
Yes.
And and the thing is, it's that American gentleman who come on earlier. He kind of was saying that people who are black pilled, they're autistic and they haven't got good social skills. Now I think that's pretty correct. But one thing that you can do is you can improve your skills. And since I started traveling and talking to females around the world and that, my ability to talk to females has gone up a lot because you practice and you get better at it.
Yeah.
And I mean, if I spoke to an English woman the way I speak to women in other places, they'd probably just fucking dismiss me and think I'm overconfident and just not talk to me again. But when they give you the time of day, then these things do count. And I definitely would recommend it for certain people. I mean, the nuke, the one.
That was quite a funny sequence, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally the travel guru. He's gone to Asia. He's
Turkey.
He's come back from Turkey, and everywhere he goes, he becomes the regional king. Yeah.
In his own mind, he's always the king.
Oh shit!
He'll go to Turkey. And he's the Sultan of Istanbul.
The Sultan
of Swing.
He'll go
Sultan Nuke. That works pretty well. Sultan Nuke.
Yeah, and we obviously we can't individually get to that level. It's impossible. But What we
He
can do is
achieves that status automatically, doesn't he?
we can follow in his footsteps, and maybe he won't kick us away, kick us out on the way. You know.
Sultan Nuke anoints people.
Dude.
Imagine this. Can you imagine like you follow in his footsteps, and you've got like he's like the final boss before you can actually start doing something. You know, you've got you stand on the nuke. He's like final boss.
Oh shit. Oh. Yeah, no, going back to the travel thing. Yeah, I recommend it. I remember my father saying to me, he's in a bit of a rut too, like around my age, and he started traveling too. And it's not exactly practical, but he just recommended like there should be some program after you finish high school that you got to live abroad or you go traveling like for like 6 to 12 months or something. You know, just open your horizons and realize that there's more to the world or your life than where you're at, and there's other avenues and opportunities, and the world's there. It sounds like normally cliched and all that shit, but the world's there to be explored, and it helped me. I just like whenever I'm like worst case scenario, things get super bad for me, and I've got some savings left. Like I'll just jump on the plane, and if it gets to that, go somewhere and just try that out. And but not that I particularly want to go illegally anywhere, but just overstay my visit, or just fuck it all and just don't worry about it. Just go for it,
Well, I lived in a place called Southend-on-Sea in Essex, and I lived in the poorest neighbourhood in Southend-on-Sea in Essex, and it was the poorest neighbourhood in Britain.
Mm-hmm.
I lived in this slum, which was the worst slum in the poorest neighbourhood, and I lived in the worst room in the worst slum in Britain. I think I was on welfare for about 5-6 years.
Yeah.
In this slum area, and my status was just so incredibly low.
Yeah.
And when you're walking around like that, you start to think that everywhere is like that.
Yeah.
And it got to the point where everyone knows you, and you're known as like the low status white guy walking around. There's nothing going for him.
Yeah.
And it took me one trip that changed my life. Actually, I went on the Camino de Compostela when I was 35, and I arrived at the top of this mountain. And to me, that was like inconceivable. Like I was in Southend in a slum. Now I'm in the top of this mountain in Spain, and I'm surrounded by people who are having the same experience from completely different walks of life. And I felt, hang on a minute. At least at this moment, I'm equal to them.
Yeah.
When it comes to this, looking at this mountain. And it changed me. From that point, I realised
a profound experience of sorts.
Yeah.
The possibilities. Yeah.
Yeah. From that point, I didn't ever think of myself as inferior again. I mean, a lot of people when they go to Jack Tisson, they don't realise that I'm being quite ironic.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to sort of go to extreme positions to try and show you how you think of it in extreme positions, but I never really come up with pessimistic information. I'm always talking about how to get out of situations.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, myself now, right? I mean, I'm not being big-headed, but Dev, you probably admit, I do well. Yeah, I do well in my life. Yeah, I do well. I've got like 12 girlfriends. I've got
You're working.
I've got a pretty good job. I've got my own house. I've got a lot of things going for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is that if I spent all my time on Jack Tisson just talking like that, they'd say, "What the fuck are you doing in the Black Pill sphere?"
Mm-hmm.
So what I try to do is just talk about things from a position where I was when I was that low status guy living in a slum. I want to tell people that this doesn't necessarily have to be the life that you've got to live. There is a way out.
I agree.
Some people get it and that, but the thing is, I'm being stereotyped now as this person, and it's kind of it's a bit like that American guy. He was talking to me like I was some sort of subhuman and that, and it was like it kind of
no. By the way, Jack, do you not think that's no? It's not a slight on you. That's his normal approach. That's his That's why we call him a troll. That's his trolling approach. That's him.
I've known JT for a while now.
That's his stick. That's his whole angle.
Yeah, no, he's fine. Like, I get it. I know he does rub some people up the wrong way, but I don't know. I just don't. I'm at a point I don't take people that seriously in that sense. Like you said, Jack, you can always walk away. But like I've been told, like my problem in the past is I got too invested in people online. But you got to differentiate your real life and your online life, you know. And online, you can always step away, like you just said, you know.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, DBF's right. It's not real. Some of them are real because me and Zenith is talking about, but most of it is not real.
Well, there is species of individual. They set up black pill channels, and when you've got a black pill audience, what you tend to have is people who haven't got a girlfriend, who've got shit jobs. They're like their family hates them. They're like near suicidal. They've got a space where people are all in the same boat, so they kind of have a common understanding, which is a way of at least having your voice heard and feeling like someone understands you, which is blah blah blah. And these channels are run by fucking chads.
Yeah.
And they go on these channels and they brag about you know, I went with this woman, you know, I went with that woman, all that kind of thing. And they spend their whole time on these black pill channels punching down on their audience. And to me, that's just it's like going into a cancer ward, and you've got all people dying of cancer, and you're like gloating over them.
You're flexing.
Yeah, it's like
flexing.
and it's kind of like I mean, this is like a pathological behaviour, and it kind of it made me a little bit cynical because I had a running with a few of these Chad black pill creators and that.
Yeah.
And they started insulting me. Like, I mean, even NI, like the Nuke, he said to me that I was a sub 3. And I was like, well, you know, I'm in the right place then, aren't I? You know.
Well, Jack, if it's any consolation, I sort of use ruggedly handsome.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not too English with him, but when I go south of the Sahara, man, that is the case.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, but what do you think? Oh, is wheat waffles even a thing anymore? Just when you brought up like these normies or like these chads in the Incelosphere, like Blackpill sphere, is he like still a thing, or like I kind of think of him like as being like that because didn't he ascend? Hasn't he got a girlfriend now or something, or he's selling these bullshit face rating courses or something? Do you remember that guy?
Selling his ass.
He's selling his ass.
He lives about he lives in a town about 3 miles from where I live. Wheat waffles.
Right. Yeah. Because I always just saw him as someone kind of like being like that, you know, and just being a grifter, you know, selling these bullshit courses. But like, it's irrelevant. Like we've all I'm not saying anything that you haven't heard, but it's like it doesn't matter what another guy thinks about you. It matters what a woman thinks of you. In regards to attraction, you can ask whatever guy, like, you know, you're a good looking dude though. Like, don't worry about it. It's irrelevant. It comes down to who you're pursuing and them accepting you. You know.
Yeah, Xenesis is the guy for this. I mean, Xenesis is your specialty, my friend, is the female gaze, isn't it? Like you think you see things from the female gaze, and that's kind of it. Like you when it comes to this question, are you not attractive? The Spurge cannot think in terms of anything else apart from the female gaze.
Yeah,
it's the female gaze. Xenesis is actually very good on this, and
the expert.
And this is it. Yeah, if you haven't got the female gaze,
you're fucked.
It doesn't matter. Like you could have every dude that you meet down the rugby club, and he says to you like, "You're a really handsome guy, man." You know, I don't understand why these women don't like you. And then you'd be like, "You're on the male gaze."
Yeah,
It don't matter what you think. Right? It's the female gaze that counts.
Exactly. Yep. True.
That's the blind spot of most men. In my opinion. The blind spot of most men is that
the female gaze because they just don't see it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
They don't see because we don't see through females' eyes. And,
Yeah.
And you know what is attractive in the West is from the male gaze we find it a bit absurd, but it's androgynous males.
Yeah.
Males who are half male, half female.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're in between the two.
Well, I got this. There's a Wheat Waffles video that I watched, which I agreed on. I think it was him, but he came up with the conclusion like a female youthful appearance in both men and women is what everyone's seeking. You know, that's what everyone deems attractive, you know, which I agree with. It's like cherubim looks, you know. So it seems what everyone's after. So, and like you said, androgynous males, that's what women like, feminine-looking men, you know.
Yeah, but are they being forced to like it by this socialization?
Right. Oh, what, by social media or just other women in general or society? Yeah, probably. It's probably a part of it. Maybe not all of it, but probably plays a major portion in it. Yeah, I agree with that. It'd be many factors, but that's probably one of the main ones. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's you know the Black Pill Towers. He's the guy that has the female gaze position worked out. And what he does is just goes onto Instagram and he sees the male influencers who have the most female audience, and then you see the patterns and you go, oh, this is what works, you know. And I kind of like when I realised this. I think the Black Pill really hit me pertaining to England about 6 months ago. That was the final hit. It was like a smack in the face with a frying pan. Like,
yeah, what?
You know, like you when you get into your 40s, sometimes you just you come to conclusions and that's it. You're like, that's the truth and that's it. It's easier as you get older, actually.
Yeah.
And you're like, I was like, boom, that's it, man. It's down to this, and then literally the next day, I was on this African dating site, yeah, and I was like, oh my god, the female gaze is now working in my favour.
Yeah,
and it was life changing, man. You know, it was like I was like talking to women from all from the global south. You know.
Yeah, yeah. Would you ever Africa, Max? Would you ever take it that far? Would you go over there? Like
that's his homeland.
Does the bear shit in the woods?
Yeah. Yeah.
Would I? Yeah. I mean, if I had the funds, like I had maybe 100K.
Yeah.
I would just go into the sub-Sahara and I'd probably stay there for 10 years.
Yeah.
Just go from country to country, you know, village to village, and
sowing your seed everywhere.
Sowing your seed everywhere. Yeah, I mean,
little jacks running, little half mulattoes jacks running around.
Yeah, there'd be all these sort of like half
ginger blacks,
half Africans on YouTube in 20 years' time, spurging out about the same things as I do.
Well, I'll tell you, Jesus, you just got to scroll through the live streams here on YouTube. There's a lot of attractive African women on here. You know, I find like you get on a bit later at night, you got like Filipinos, Indians, and Africans, but there's some rather attractive African ladies on here. Like I'm not even particularly like overly attracted to black women, but there's some really nice ladies. If I'd known them in real life, I'd definitely pursue them properly.
One thing that I noticed because I was going on these dating sites after it hit me that I was basically a genetic dead end in England, and once you realise that, it's kind of liberating because when you finally realise that you are a genetic outcast, like there's nothing you can do about it. It's almost like a person who can never walk.
Yeah,
like you go to the doctors at 18 and you're told by the doctor. Yeah, you're not going to be one of them cases that's going to walk again. You've got this nervous. Your nerves are completely shot, and you've got all this damage. You've just got to come to terms with it. And when you're in a situation where you've had that level of definite thinking. It's like that's it. It's over.
Mm-hmm.
Then you lose England, but then you gain the world. If you know
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do.
And-
Yeah.
England's
and-
tiny, so what? So
And,
it's good.
what I did was once I started talking to these African chicks, you start to learn about like how they think,
Mm-hmm.
and they're kind of they're very loyal.
Mm-hmm.
They're very loyal, and they're kind of very accommodating.
Mm-hmm.
And they're actually one of the traits they've got, which is kind of unique to that continent,
Mm.
that they don't really care about the opinion of other women.
Mm-hmm.
That's massive.
Yeah, I know, honestly, mate, because I always like ask them questions like, "What would you think in that circumstance?" Just trying to pick their minds, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I've never met an African chick who would take the opinions of others when it comes to their mating choice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so all their friends said, "I don't go with him. I don't like him." You know, for example, they wouldn't listen.
Yeah.
And
Well,
that's kind of unique to that continent.
I don't know. Oh, sorry, Jack. Go on.
Yeah, so I mean, would I recommend African Maxim for guys who have been displaced from Western society? Yes,
Mm-hmm.
100%. It's
Yeah.
the new age. It's the new age. That's what I can describe it. It's
It's a
new
gold
age.
mine. It's a gold mine.
Yeah.
Do you talk to these women online?
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about DBF. Are you scanning YouTube lives?
Sometimes, yeah. Like you can find them easily enough on Instagram. Like I go through their lives, and there's a couple I've been talking to. I haven't really pursued it. That I could, I guess, like similar to Jack. I guess I could if I really wanted to. But yeah, there's all these. Depends what type. Well, you got to get on a certain time of night when they start live streaming here, like a bit later, like 9 or 10. Like there's some like rather young, attractive Filipino ladies, Indian women, African women. And yeah, get talking to them, and they go like, hit me up on like Instagram or whatever. So it's doable if you like if you want to pursue it. They're there, you know. But then how many other guys they're talking to, I don't know. But like, yeah, if you're serious enough, I reckon like what Jack is suggesting, you could do it.
100%. I mean, this is one of the reasons why the idea of being an incel is ridiculous when you've got a plane ticket to Angola.
Yeah.
It's like you can't be an incel. It's like if you went to like do you know, I could get in trouble with this with the British Thought Police, but say for example, how do I say this about breaking the thought speech laws? Actually, I can't say it because it would break the thought speech laws.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, you also got to be aware that I'm living under a tyranny.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard all about it. It's not. Well, you guys have got really bad, but it's not that dissimilar here. But yeah, I've heard you guys have got the worst in the world.
I could joke that the 1990s would be funny, but now it probably get me in trouble.
Yeah, it's like North Korea at the moment over there.
Fucking worse, mate.
Yeah, it's a fucking joke.
We can't have women. No.
Sorry, Danny?
You get slammed in jail.
Yeah.
You get false accusations, etc., etc.
You make a fucking tweet or something. Next thing you got the police on your doorstep, knocking on your front door. Fucking hell.
That's what happened. You don't know the channel. It's called Big T. That's what happened to this unfortunate fellow. He got a restraining order.
Yeah.
He was talking to some chick in a shopping mall, and he got a restraining order for talking to her. Brutal.
Wow.
And this guy is out of the. He's not in the woods. He's a normal dude. He's not, as JT says, a smurge. They're all smurges. He knows what's right and wrong, but he still got. I think he got a couple of. It's crazy how little you can do to get a restraining order.
Yeah.
Nothing.
But they'll let all these Muslim rapists fucking, you know, they'll put them up in hotels and they'll get around and get like a fucking slap on the wrist, you know, or whatever. And
we've got that problem in the UK as well. We've got a big problem with that.
Well, that's what I was referring to, the UK. Like we kind of have it too, but you guys, like UK has just been fucking hammered. I remember, like, I'm not the biggest Joe Rogan fan, but he said it looks like by design, like the UK is being just like fucked over. You know, it looks like it's happening on purpose.
There's a guy on YouTube called Danny Christie. He's like a bare knuckle boxer.
Yeah.
You heard of him?
No, I haven't. No.
He's quite famous in England. He's a really good fighter. He had like a legendary bare knuckle fight with Dekahigi, another bare knuckler from Britain. And he made a video today, and he said, "Look, we've got to understand this country, which is England." He says it is now as bad as it's ever been in its history.
Yeah.
And the problem we've got is that, all right, you know, being frank about it, you know, I don't know how to say this, all right. Mass immigration into Britain was a mistake.
Yeah.
Right? It was a mistake. Yeah. And it should never have occurred. You know, we should be at the level of homogeneity that we were before the war.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't have all these problems.
Yeah.
And it's a logical position to take. And the thing is that what I'm saying there is a minority position amongst the English people. Only about 15% of people would agree with me. Maybe another 25% might go, yeah, there is some truth to what you're saying. Most people have completely bought into it, and we've got all these problems. Like Britain now it's not safe for women and children.
Yeah,
and it's partly down to the fact that they've allowed a circumstance to exist where you've basically got a narco-tyranny. So you've got a tyrannical government, which is oppressing speech. It's pushing people out of the housing market. It's making life very difficult with just in general economically. Yeah. And they basically allowed a criminal element to run free and not be reprimanded because of political correctness.
Yeah.
And that
I was just going to ask you about that. Like, yeah, what's your opinion on that? Like, everyone, it just seems the majority, like normies, are brainwashed by with it, like a leftist mentality. You know, political correctness bullshit. So. Yeah. This is just a circumstance that is in England at the moment. Yeah. And the thing is, you know, as I said the last stream, if you're politically engaged, you might think Reform Party in England, but that's controlled opposition. This restore movement, and that's probably controlled opposition as well. So it's kind of the case that you know, it kind of just seems like you're trapped. And you kind of like if you were like you weren't an incel, like you had like 3 children and you had a stake in society, you kind of think, well, you've got a future here, so you care a lot more. But because I've got no stake in society, I don't really. I talk about it because I can observe it. Yeah, it doesn't bother me as much. If I had children in Britain, I'll be fucking living. You know. Yeah. The funny thing is, this works on the principle of stake in society. You know, like I was talking to my friend earlier. I said the reason why we don't really give a fuck about Britain is because we've got no stake in it. And the same thing happens in America, right? So American spies, when they're caught by the Russians, what they'll do is they wouldn't kill them. They'll take them into the headquarters of the intelligence services. If they were married with children, but obviously they would be imprisoned. But if they weren't married with children, they were single, they'd say, look, there's a blonde Slavic girl there. She's going to be your new wife. This is going to be your money. Now you're going to be a double agent. And these American single males like, hell yeah. Yeah. At the end of the day, man, if you've got no stake in society, it doesn't really mean anything to you. Well, we're being given no incentive. This is what I talk about a lot. Like, give us an incentive and we'll oblige to society. If not, we're going to drop out. Yeah. It's kind of you know, I kind of, when you're looking at the way that Britain's changed in the last 20 years, 25 years, it's kind of like it's almost like, in my opinion, to be able to create Britain the way it is today, you have to be a very malice-filled government. You've got to be filled with malice. Yeah.
you know. And,
Yeah.
yeah, it's horrible. Britain is intolerable. It's horrible.
But yes, yeah, you guys have got it really bad, but we're following suit. Like Australia's housing crisis is like super bad here. They're pumping. It's a similar thing, pumping all these immigrants in and just job everything. But like the housing crisis is just ultra bad here. Everything's like ultra expensive. Like no one can get ahead. We're just virtual wage slaves, if that. Just serfs, really. You know?
Yeah.
It's fucked.
I mean, this is the thing that the argument made by the left when all the mass immigration started was they come up with this word that was invented in Russia by Leon Trotsky called racist, and that's the words that used to be used as an effective tool against anybody that opposed the deconstruction of their country. But that's not working anymore. I mean, the word racist doesn't mean shit anymore.
Yeah, it's lost its meaning.
Lost its power to a large degree.
Yeah.
And they try to create a caricature that if you're a person who opposes the replacement of your people within your own country, you're some type of pathological, evil, socially maladaptive monster. And the fact of the matter is that I would have no problem with a few people in Britain if it wasn't mass immigration. Who wouldn't want a Japanese karate teacher if you're into karate?
Yeah.
Who wouldn't want maybe like a few Brazilian jiu-jitsu teachers? Who wouldn't want maybe a few people from Africa coming in to solve the incel problem if that was what they wanted? No one would give a shit about that. But when you're importing millions of people into the country and it's completely demographically displacing the population, that isn't a natural phenomenon. That is an agenda.
Yeah. And, well, going back to the Joe Rogan thing, he says it looks like it's by design, which I agree with.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe the UK, if the size of it is like just being this island, they think, well, this can be a testing ground. It's only so big, and there is a decent sized population, but let's see how this goes. It's kind of like with COVID. I felt like that was like a test of sorts too.
Yeah, it was.
Definitely.
Careful about that. We definitely.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, the Pope was the biggest psychop in human history.
True.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. But it wouldn't have bothered me if it actually fucking worked. I remember getting it, being coerced into getting the two mandatory ones here. And I got sick anyway. So what's the fucking point? But if it's actually tested and, actually worked against the virus, okay, I see the point. But it's just fucked. It's just all coercion. See, in my opinion, see how far they could push people. It's just societal, masses,
Yeah. The funny thing is that because I talk to people all around the world, I'm going to let you know something that really changed how I thought about this whole mass immigration thing. It's not just Europe. In Africa, this is really going to surprise you. They're doing it in Africa.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. Like if you it surprised me because I talk to these women in Africa all the time, right? It's kind of like a hobby of mine now. And the funny thing is, when I tell them I'm against mass immigration, I haven't had one of them tell me that I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's nobody wants this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the thing is, they're doing it in places like Nigeria now. They're shipping in all different types of people there to try and they're doing it around the world, mate. They don't F those states whatsoever because they're difficult to control because they're all the same people. They've got cohesion, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you've got people that are all divided up, they're all identities and that and shit and different nationalities, then cohesion, then they can't offer a credible threat to those in power. Honestly, mate, they're doing it in Africa now. I couldn't believe it. But
wow, that's the first hearing of it. I'll look into it. That's interesting. I believe it.
They're flooded African countries of all different types of foreigners.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
I used to work with... Yeah, sorry.
Every single one of them.
Yeah.
Coming in, and they're like pushing people out. And they complain about it too.
Yeah.
Like one, I don't talk to her anymore. But one about 2 years ago, sorry, about a year ago, I was talking to one chick. I won't say where she's from, but she was an African chick. And she said that this population that have moved in are getting way too comfortable. Yeah, and she was like, African chick. They're doing it everywhere, mate. Europe is the first. They'll do it everywhere. They're doing it in Japan now. Japan. Japan.
Yeah. The Japanese have a huge.
Yeah,
they're going to get the migrants in Japan. It'll look ridiculous, won't it?
I hope they don't fuck Japan after visiting their beautiful place, and I hope they don't ruin what they got over there.
No,
I follow a guy, a Japanese guy, and they're exactly the same thing that was done in England. They're doing it in Japan. Yeah.
Will it look really strange if there's loads of Arabs in Japan? That'll be hilarious. It'll look ridiculous, won't it?
Well, I saw them there already when I was there back in 2019. Like, not in mass numbers, but like they're working at Lawson's, like the corner stores or the 7-Elevens and stuff.
Shit.
Yeah. And you got African like hustlers like in like the fashion districts and shit, and the red light districts, like working the doors, trying to get young, naive like travelers or Westerners into like these strip clubs or these brothels and that. But like, I don't know, I think that's kind of always been around there. But no, they're getting in there. So
it's the same. It's the same play everywhere, because if you've got a global system which is designed to control territory through the financial increments in the background, they want to control the financial system in the background. Then let's face it, you don't want ethno states. You want places that have got all these different identities in one place, and they hate each other, and then they're hard. They're not going to mobilise, and then that way you can control that territory. It's just basically a strategy by the globalists. Yeah. When I found out they're doing it in Africa, I was like, that was it, man. That was it. I was like, that completely changed how I thought. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I've heard. I used to work. Well, there's kind of like a big Pacific Islander population here in Australia, like Tongans and whatnot, and Samoans and Fijians. Yeah, I used to go to school for a lot of Tongans, and I was working with these young Tongan guys, and I was just talking, like, what's Tonga like? So it's really beautiful, it's nice, you'd like it, should visit, whatever. And I said, what's the population like? I said, well, we've got a lot of Chinese people over there now. They're buying up all of Tonga, like they have Australia. And I said, really? I've never, I remember seeing that in Africa too, like Chinese moving to Africa, just buying up like parts of Africa, and said, they're just like, they're taking over Tonga, and they're in the schools, and that they learn the dialect, and they own a lot of businesses and real estate. And it's like, I'm not surprised, like, at all. So
yeah, it's happening everywhere, mate. I mean, like even like the bowels of like sub-Saharan Africa, where you got these places where you think no one's going to move there. They're fucking shit people from all around the world, because they're a threat, because they're an ethno state.
Yeah.
I've never had one person from one of these countries where I say to them, I don't agree with mass immigration, tell me that I'm wrong. Yeah? Not one person. They'll say, yeah, you're right, because nobody wants it. Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
In the West, because we've got the left. And the left the left are a crazy bunch, and that's another conversation.
Yeah, true. Anyway, gentlemen, I got to leave. I got to get ready for the day and get ready for my own call-in live stream. So thanks for having me. Thanks, Danny. Thanks, Jack. Thanks, Genesis. And I'll catch you guys around soon.
Yeah, see you later, my friend.
All right, see you, Jack. See you guys. Thanks, Danny. See you, Genesis. Bye. Bye-bye.
That's great. See you then. Genesis, can you wrap it up?
Wrap it up. Yeah, sure. I mean, you're the host. I can't really change anything.
You're the host.
You are the host, Genesis. You are literally the guy that rules it. You are like
you're the god. This stream.
Like Nuclear Redfield is not the final boss. You're the final boss, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Nuclear Redfield was an interesting character though, because it's like there was some things kind of which were really interesting, because he said like he doesn't believe in Lucasism and stuff like this.
Yeah.
He doesn't believe in the height people and stuff like this.
Yeah, he says some interesting things. What did you think of that when he said he
Yeah, I
didn't
mean,
die?
like, I don't know if he's he said he claims he's 6'3", right? And
Yeah.
he said like hair is more important than height. You know,
Hair is life.
it was funny, kind of.
That's when you knew he was crazy, right?
Yeah, I mean, there was like, I mean,
That's
there were
when-
some parts where if you would have said like, hey, height matters to an extent, but after this, hair matters a lot, right? Then I would say, okay, he's spot on. But he was always seeing stuff in more extreme. So,
Sean, who do you think that is? Jack? Sorry.
That's me.
As a woman. In the same pose.
I remember when you made me that video of me. You know, when anyone sent it me, that was quite funny. AI video.
What, black or white? When you walked out of that limo.
Yeah.
In Africa.
Yeah, that was funny.
I pissed myself for a while with that. That was
actually really funny. But yeah,
that worked.
I mean,
I showed people in my family that didn't know the context. They still laughed. They still laughed even though they had no idea about the context because of the song. And then you were surrounded by African women. They thought they got it. That's the point.
Do you know what? I started off doing it because it was like a sort of like an experiment in, you know, to test whether I was an incel now. And then, like, I've now got to a situation where it's kind of absurd. Like,
You're the king.
Well, no, because like I talked to one chick. She's like down in the southern states of Africa, right? And like like she's actually like I can't really obviously give personal details because of confidentiality. But like some situations, you think to yourself, if you're like a balding incel in England, you've got no right to complain in some ways. Like this chick, right? She studied for 5 years to be a medical professional. She passed every exam.
Whoa.
Pass with the highest grades, and to get into the hospitals there, you're on a waiting list, and the waiting list is 10 years.
What?
Yeah.
10 years.
10 years, mate. And she sent me all her qualifications, right? And she's got like she can speak English, her native tongue, German fluently, and she's got like all these qualifications. Like, she's not lying. Like, there was a photo of her, like official documents and shit. And she's like working as a servant, waiting for a slot in the hospitals with this 10-year waiting list.
That's brutal.
I know, it's totally brutal. It's like totally brutal, and you're living off like
$10 a week.
Less than $1 a day. Less than $1 a day sometimes.
Yeah.
And she never asked me for money.
True love.
6 months, mate. 6 months. Not asked me for a penny.
Longer than most women.
Yeah.
What do you think about this version? Look at the frame this woman has. Massive frame.
I am one ugly woman.
No. It does it to everyone. Even the great Xenesis gets fucked over. Look what happens to Xenesis. He becomes an old hag. Look, Xenesis got fucked.
I'd smash that chick, my female version, because I've got.
You would still smash the old version. What the fuck, really?
I would smash that version of me there in that car. Yeah,
that's great. Smash. I like the way you're saying. Smash. No, but Zenus is like that. Smash her back doors in. Look what. Okay, wait. Okay, on the issue of smashing, would you smash the female Zenesis or not?
Let's have a look. The answer's going to be yes. Yes.
The female Zenesis is an older version. That's quite accurate, actually. Look at Zenesis, then look at. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I'm afraid if you're a female and you're like in your mid-30s, that is definitely. I'm going to ask you out for a date.
Got the jaw right.
Yeah.
The skin color, the phenotype is off.
Yeah, okay. She's a bit lighter, but yeah, but AI's a bit racist, isn't it? So you've got to factor that in, the bias. But it's a bit older as well, but you can't be perfect. I'm just saying that it makes everyone a bit older. What about your favorite guy, OC? Apparently, OC's a Stacy. What do you think? Would you smash OC as a woman?
Yes.
No, she's a Stacy.
Yes.
Yeah, yes to everything. So I don't need to. It doesn't matter what I show, does it? It's yes anyway.
If it's female below 60, yes.
Below 60, the bar is incredibly low.
Yeah.
What even? Okay, so if she was 3'5", would you still be going for it? A 3'5", 59-year-old.
All
Would
right.
you still...
Put it this way, she can have a double walking stick, and I'll still say yes.
Yeah, but she's only 3'5", so there's not a walking stick small enough.
It's better than 3'3".
She'd be on the floor if she was 3'5" with a walking stick. Right. So maybe this isn't a good. Do you like the fact that AI can turn you into a woman, or not? The worst one is the breast-on-wanted man. Do you want to see his version? The butch.
Yes.
Would you? You still smash.
Yes.
It's like a wrestler, or it's a female wrestler that's like a 59-year-old.
She looks like a sort of like welfare queen.
Welfare queen in Essex, yeah. That's absolutely right. By the way, do you come across these types in Essex? I should imagine when you come in Essex, that's like the average woman in Essex, like gym maxed.
Certain parts of Essex, that's like the common type.
Yeah, that's the most common. What with that kind of necklace on as well, the beater, the wife beater.
The funny thing is, when you show the, I mean, Xenesis is the exception because it's not an incel, but when you actually show the incels as females, you realise how different it is, the dating game, because every single one of them would be successful to a certain degree.
No, yeah, you haven't seen. No, yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was going to show you.
Can you do the nuke? No.
No. I'll do what you said, and these are most of the cells in our thing, and they actually ascend quite hard. There's another. That's one of the guys we know. Yes or no?
Yes.
You see, these are all sub fives, or not sub fives, but these are all guys in our area, in our group, yeah. And they're all like 5 or 6 out of 10 Beckys, right? That's the point. The gap is big. Anyway, are you going to join? We'll end this stream, and then you can join DBF in his stream, okay?
Yeah. I really appreciate everyone coming today. Sorry, it's not my stream. Sorry.
No, you can do. No, you sign off for me.
No, you do it because it's your stream.
Oh no. Well, that's the point. Xenesis is gonna have to have a sign off moniker. You're gonna have to make one up yourself. What's your what's your catchphrase?
Be kind to yourself.
Oh right. Okay. Yeah.
Be kind to each other. Thanks for everyone coming on. I mean, DBF is gonna stream in, I think, like 20 minutes.
Okay.
So
you're bigging up DBF.
No, I'm hyping up DBF.
Yeah.
Also. Yeah. Thanks for streaming again, Dev.
That's okay.
It's actually been really good. Actually, it's actually legitimately. It's actually a really good one, and I like. And the funny way the trolls actually make it better.
That's the problem. Yeah, you have to roll with the trolls, and you kind of. Like the nuke was a troll and he made it better, I think.
I can't
Okay,
believe you actually personally spoke to Nuke. It's a bit like meeting you never meet your heroes, do you? You know.
He didn't disappoint. It's like meeting the Queen. It was a biblical experience for me.
It's a bit like being in Vegas during the 70s and meeting Elvis, but just like times it by like an infinite amount. I've actually finally conversed with the Nuke, man.
Why did I get the nuke? You do lives all the time. Why would he go into mine and try and get into the stream?
I don't know. Well, no one can tell who will be the chosen one.
Sultan Nuke. I love that phrase, Sultan Nuke. He's going to Turkey and he's a sultan.
It's a sultan.
That's the takeaway from the stream, Sultan Nuke. Let's end it.
All right.
See you later.
See you later.
Bye.
See you. Bye.